Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back to some good old horse girls. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Yeah, alright. There we go. Let's fix that. Alright. While I get caught up on everything that's set up. And all that jazz. Hey, devil, how's it going? Alright. I should do my daily races. Those would be good to do, because I need to have monies. Oh. And hopefully, it'll give me time to warm up my brain. And think about what I'm gonna get done. Ugh. Because we gotta figure out who we're racing with today. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oy. I'm trying to even think, like, where to start with all the things that have happened between, like, last stream and now. A lot has happened. I did watch through all of Kobayashi-san again. Dragon Maid was a very good series, and it still is. That was a good time. I started watching through Avatar as well again. Like, Avatar The Last Airbender. Because I'm like, there's the set for Magic coming out later this year. And then there's also, like, just, yeah, that's the main one, I'll be honest. Like, it was an excuse to rewatch it. I've been wanting to rewatch for a while, though. It's a good series. Last Airbender like 6 times, if we include 3 times doing the through reaction video content. I don't think I've ever watched reaction video content like that. Pretty much ever, full stop. But like, with Avatar Aang, I can say off the top of my head, I have easily watched the vast majority of the series, like, potentially even 10 times. Because, when it was, like, much newer, and, like, it just come out, I didn't have access to all of it, and I missed certain episodes. So, fun fact, the longest time, about half the time I had watched Avatar, I'd never watched the solar eclipse. I hadn't actually watched the solar eclipse sequence. Give me a second, I need to fix my phone again. Yeah, because those episodes, that was part of the ones that I missed on TV. And because I missed them on TV, and because the way I was getting the rest of it, I couldn't get that one in particular. So I just kind of like didn't get to see that for a very long time. It's a wild one as well to think about, because like I've watched it now, right, obviously, like a few times. And I would consider it so, like, essential to the general, like, plot of the game, not the game, of the series. Yet I'd somehow managed to, like, still enjoy that series perfectly fine without that sequence. Which you could actually say is an argument of, like, praise to the series, that, like, I can miss parts of it and it's still really good. There was a couple of other bits here and there, but that was the main one that, like, I'd missed, like, 2 or 3 episodes of. So I'd, like, lost that entire section of thing. Yeah. Weird one to think on. No, I think so many episode reruns on TV that it was hard for you to miss. Yeah. I mean, the problem is, there weren't that many. There was a fair few, but there weren't that many that, one, were at times I could watch them, or two, were on, non-paid for channels. Because that was one of the biggest issues for the longest time for me, was, because it's a Nickelodeon production, so a lot of the time the reruns were done over on Nickelodeon. Which was a Sky channel, which is basically our equivalent to cable. So we got like only a handful of reruns, and I only got to watch like the reruns on TV like twice at most. And I didn't get to watch through all the time with all of them. So it's like, yeah. It was the unfortunate timing and all that. I was watching it on Nickelodeon. Yeah, well, again, that's what I say. Like, we didn't have cable in my house. I have never lived in a house with cable. I've stayed in houses with cable, though. Or with Sky. For all three of you. One of the two. I think Sky is normally the one that has the Nickelodeon channel, though. Sucks. Yeah. I mean, that's how New Zealand's been the entire time. It's one of those things where I'm just like, I breeze it off so much because I'm just like, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's how it worked. And since this was so far before the concept even of like online ways to watch this stuff, like Netflix and all that, you just, yeah. When you said that, I was looking outside to check out if my food guy is here. Hell yeah. Also, I want to say, and I apologize if it, like, I think it's kind of noticeable. It's noticeable to me. I sound more, like, nasally at the moment. I am sick. I am 100% sick. So, yeah. Which reminds me, I should probably have some medication. Bag of drugs. That's not how you're supposed to open that box. Oh well. Right, there we go. That's that drug's done. That'll do for now. Tubal Hailer. I'll clear out my lungs. Man, I keep losing to fucking Suzuka here. Maybe I should do a Suzuka run. I kind of want to do a 3-star character run. And that's kind of what I want to do. Just so I can have, like, the nice outfit on a character. I'm still, like, I get it, but, like, I'm still mildly upset that, for, like, example, with Takian is a great point of this. I've seen her in her outfit so many times, but I don't get to ever, like, use it because I don't have her at 3 stars, because I'm pretty sure that's a prerequisite to get them in their outfit. And I'm just like, I just want her to be in her lab coat all the time. Man. What's so wrong with that? Just upgrade Takian to get her outfit? Damn. Damn. I'm jealous. Because pretty much all of the, like, 3-star characters I have at the moment, all of the characters at 3-star and such, are characters that you get at 3-star. So, that's why I'm like, I want to improve that, and change that, and get more. But I've been pulling for cards for so long that, like, that's why I don't have any, like, high upgraded characters or anything. I think that's something I need to change now, though. Is, like, I think I've done more than enough card pulls for a good while. And I've got, like, enough of a pool of, like, things to get from. Or enough of a, like, a collection of, different support cards. I'd love to upgrade some of the, like, higher end ones, but, like, at that point in time, ugh. Like, if I start going, oh, I want to upgrade my SSR cards, I'm like, yeah, I'm basically committing to just not doing that for a long fucking time, because it's just not something you just casually do. Just because of the outfit. Dude, the outfit for Takian's actually really nice. I like the coat and everything. Dude, I saw an edit as well the other day that had me like shooketh with Takian, which was like, it was clearly her from the anime, and like an arc that's very centered around, I think, either her as the main character or her as a villain. I'm not quite sure, but like, she was fucking spooky, and I liked it. And I mean like spooky spooky. Like, that girl actually insane. And I'm kind of like more in love with her now. She's one of the main characters in that movie. Yeah, like, it was damn fucking nice to watch that. Like, the little bits of it that I saw someone edit together, like, for an AMV sort of thing. Like, the running animation in that thing with, like, how fucking batshit she kind of looks naturally just turned her full psychotic, and I kind of liked that. And I will openly admit my weakness for, like, completely psycho women sometimes. Look, we've all got weaknesses for things like that, okay? We can all agree that sometimes the yandere does well. I love her villain-looking dork thing she has going on. Yeah, she is... Again, how the fuck can a game about real-life horses as anime girls have such, like, weird depth to character sometimes? It's so confusing, but I'm so here for it. Right, like, it should not be as good as it is sometimes, but it is, and I'm so happy that it is. Horse game has better characters than 90% of isekai. That is not even wrong in the slightest. In fact, the only way that's incorrect, Devil, is that the percentage is too low. Like, I will openly accept that criticism, even though I watch an excessive amount of trashy isekai. But that is because it is my choice and I enjoy to watch bad stuff. I enjoy to watch? I enjoy watching. Good lord. I'm sorry yet to see that, Herder. To 102% with a 2% margin of error. Pretty much. Like, isekai has got as good a chance of writing like a genuinely really good and engaging story as you, Devil, had a chance of killing one of my Carnifexes. Like, it's possible. You kinda got there sometimes. Hey, Sweeve, how's it going? I'm not gonna lie, this morning I was like slightly bored while in bed watching some stuff, so I like quickly was looking up like some general stuff for Warhammer again. Same chances you have to the Lord of Proxies to be battle shocked. Oh, fucking dude, I swear to God. You got Shadow in the fucking Warped, he got fucking constantly procced because I was killing shit. It's wild. But like, I was looking up and I was like, I wonder if there's like just straight up dragons in Warhammer 40k. There's apparently not like any canonical like figure ones for dragons, and I'm disappointed. Like, Tyranids are actually the closest I get to with having dragons, and I'm sad. There are drakes, and there are, like, canon planets that have subspecies of dragons and such, but there's not, like, actual, just straight-up dragons. Yeah, Tyranids have some dragon-like creatures, but there's, like, not an actual, just straight-up, I'm a dragon, I will breathe fire, and, like, rain chaos upon this world. Dude, what I would give Just a straight up dragon as one of my characters. That'd be fucking amazing. Oh, one thing I didn't mention, by the way, was, so Snakers, one of the people I live with, he is actually a huge Warhammer nut, like, pretty huge, and he's where I got a lot of my lore knowledge from, that I didn't just, like, kind of osmosis it, right? So he popped into the stream at one point while we were doing, like, the army building, because he was sick last week. And then, like, after the game we had, on the weekend, I went and talked with him. And, like, my god, he's so happy that there's, like, someone that wants to talk that sort of stuff with him now. Because he's like, I love the, like, salamanders, I like this and that. And it's like, I can actually follow a bit of what he's talking about now. And keep up with, like, a somewhat engaged conversation. And look in the Age of Sigmar. God damn it. It's what happened to Warhammer Fantasy after GW destroyed it, for people who don't know. Okay. I might have a look then. But yeah, like, just the idea of a straight-up faction that's just like, no, these are just dragons, fuck it. Dragons in space. Tell me how that doesn't sound cool as shit, though. Just straight-up dragons in space. Okay, so how much monies do I have now? Would be awesome. It'd be so cool. I think the problem lies, and I genuinely think that it's just like straight up, if you did dragons, you've got Tyranids. Like, that's actually, I think, one of the problems with it. Like, how do you do those next to each other without them looking exactly the fucking same? Like, there's a little bit too much similar design space there. And I know I'm saying this to a faction, like, a game that theoretically has, like, 90% of the factions are goddamn the same humans, but in slightly different armor. I get it, but also... I don't have many statues, do I? No, I don't. Just fucking grab these, fuck it. Like, I genuinely feel if they were going to do, if they were gonna do dragons, they'd just do them via Tyranids. And do it as like a sub-factioning sort of thing there. Where it's like, well, these dragons, or these Tyranids look more draconic because of X or Y reason. Right? Like, that makes more sense than just doing a straight-up dragon faction. Ooh. We have a guaranteed make debut ticket. Isn't that the one that I use in the shop? No. They can make special dragons as pets for some of the salamander marines. That would probably work as well. Oh yeah, there's the new character that came out. This one. And then there's the new support cards that came out as well. Alright, well, let's pull the ticket and see who we get out of this, eh? They were called... Yeah, no, that would fit. Alright. Oh, we gotta... Huh. Okay. I don't know what this one does. But we have a thing. Let's see. It's a speed one. That's not too bad. Race course, distance, firm conditions, so far not great. Slightly increased passing ability when positioned toward the back late race, so that's, anything that's below pace chaser. Oh no, it's... Okay, so it's a very late burst pace chaser. Not too fussed about that one, actually. Oh well. Got it too. I heard she's quite decent. I mean, it's like, it's probably the other stuff, like the hints and stuff, that make her better. Like, it's just those options aren't that insane, but also I don't think I'm the best at gathering that information in my head as well. Yeah, because, like, she's probably gonna have, let's see, yeah, she gets a lot of friendship bonus and that stuff easy from the looks of it there. Training effectiveness, yeah. Wait, she is... Oh, wait, yeah. No, she's probably actually quite good. The more I'm thinking on that aspect of it. Huh. Because if we go to the list and actually look at that card again. So, 15% increase friendship training, mood effect, training effectiveness, friendship gauge is quite high, ban bonus, hint level 2, which is nice, hit frequency, which is 40%, and that's really good. I mean, okay, no, so this is the... I just was reading for what it was, not what it did. This one's a good one, because this is velocity on corner. So that isn't actually, per se, only pace chaser, that's universally effective. Alright, let's see. So Warhammer started as a fantasy series, and 40k was a space spin-off. The fantasy world kept going for about 30 years, but at some point, they decided to kill the fantasy setting and put it to rest. That's kind of sad, but... Like, I'm sad that they decided that getting rid of the fantasy one is the thing to do. I would feel like you'd want to keep the fantasy one around for as long as you could, right? So if I'm doing the pace chasing one... Probably be better than this one then. Better than the stamina. That means I have 3 thing. Sure, this is a power one, but this one, like, levels up very quickly, and that's the point. Because you want them to level up quickly so you can get the max bonuses out of them faster. That's kind of the idea, is what I've experienced with it so far. Like, look how much friendship bonus there is there, mood effect, training effectiveness, initial friendship gauge as well. Yeah, no, this just looks like a solid sort of thing here. Oh god, hint frequency is even higher than that one. Oh god, okay. Yeah, no, I think this is actually a scary... Alright. I guess we're gonna try and do a pace chaser today then, because I want to see how that feels. Let's see. So they made a series called The End Times, where it was essentially describing in multiple books how Chaos God started an apocalypse and how forces of other factions tried to fight against it. The End Times, a lot of bullshit movies, and assholes were needed to get there for Chaos to win. The world was destroyed by chaos and all things died. Damn, that's kind of shit, huh? After that, it turns out the main god of humans, called Sigma, survived and while wounded he flew through space until he found a new world. Uh-huh. Do we want to play Mama Super Creek? Been a hot minute. There is a pace chaser with like shitloads of stamina. L isn't bad. Yeah, I know L's really, like, I've actually seen L really good and really popular. I've just not played her yet. Maybe we should do L. This was the start of the rebooted Fantasy series called The Age of Sigma, so now we have that instead of Fantasy. I mean, I feel like there's a level of, like, it does kind of, why bother rebooting that? Is King Halo a pace chaser? She's more of a late than a pace. Second one also made medieval space marines in his age because, you know, he's a jerk off some of the new setting. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, that I will go like, hey, look, I get trying to do like a little bit of like mixing and matching stuff and go that, but should help you in the Buckshin races. You're not wrong, yeah. Just like, filter. Can I filter by... We're gonna filter by pace. So these are our characters we can probably look at for today. Oh god, you're a weird distribution. Yeah, we could just do Mama. Dude, the amount of memes on Twitter I see about Mama Creek, by the way, and how fucking yandere energy she has for being like your mother, kinda wild, I'll be honest. And I get it. I get it, guys. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just like, I get it. But like, y'all really have some mama issues, huh? That's a lot of front runner stuff. I want just pace and stamina related. Hydra might not be a bad one to pick up. I don't have a problem with the Age of Sigma because it's fun and actually pretty unique setting built on old characters that were reincarnated into the world. I do have a problem with the end times and how all that shit was handled. That makes sense, yeah. I was not that deep into Warhammer, so as I am now, been very angry Reddit time. That's, I mean, that do be how it go, yeah. That do be doobie doobie doo. That was possibly one of my stupidest things I said. Doobie doobie dooba doobie doobie doo. Doobie doobie dooba doobie doobie doo. Man, I really don't get anything out of that one. I do probably need a blue rose closer. I love Doobie 3D, yeah. Wait, why does she not have that as her, like, music, though? Just heard the fucking doobie doobie dooba doobie doobie doo. Doobie doobie dooba doobie doobie doo. I'm sure she could, like, try and swing getting, like, the rights for that. Man, not a lot of these characters. For sure. No, it is funny though, looking back at things and going like, I know for a fact I would be more upset by this if I was involved in it. Right? Like, I use that with Magic a lot of the time, is that like, I get people being upset by like the Universes Beyond stuff really heavily taking over. Like, I get that. I really get that. But also, at that same time, I came in partly because of like, some Secret Layers and Universes Beyond stuff. So I'm not the right person to make an argument. Lone Wolf, huh? Don't know if I want your one, Sweeb. I'm looking. I'm just trying to find, like, stamina recovery ones and shit. I think I'm picking this one. If I'm picking... Sure. Imagine a Dwarf King who has an immaculate eye for detail and who remembers every grudge of Dwarf King dying because he forgot to lock the door. Jesus. That's kind of funny though. That's the level of bullshit we're talking about with end times. Yeah, that does feel like just a kind of bad way of doing that. How's it going? Remember to water everyone. You know what? Let's do that now. I'm sick at the moment, but that's kind of normal. But other than that, we've got horse skills to do. Spid or strength? I want spid. I don't think I'd pick my function either. I mean, it's funny to pick, but sadly enough, I just want stamina. I want as much stamina-related shit as I can, and to, like, just push it, because this is Mama, and she needs stuff. Yeah, she wants a lot of stamina, and with having enough base speed for now, we'll probably be fucking set. End Times is, for me, it's a bad story. There's a lot of good moments that are shot down from discussions because of how bad the bad parts are. That's... yeah, no, can I actually speak to that kind of thing for a moment? Because I feel like that's a big topic point. It's like how often people are unwilling to look at good things, or the good parts in a bad story. I feel it's near essential to always try and find what can you learn from something, what can you like go, no, I like that, right? I do that all the time with shows. This is why I watch so many trashy shows, is there are like some normally like one or two good moments in them, and it's like, it's not, again, it's not that bad. It's just people make it out to be a lot worse than it actually is. However, in saying that, I wholeheartedly accept when certain things are beyond a person's like acceptance range. And what I mean by this is like, anime is notoriously bad for this, right? There are parts of anime that I get when someone says, I'm not going to accept that. She also needs power, you still need to reach 400 words, but hard to deal with, yeah. Yeah, I saw your anime list on me. Oh god, yeah, the anime list. We need to do an updated anime list, I feel. But it's important to kind of just go like, you know what? People can like a series and they can be wrong for liking that series, but they're not wrong for, okay, they can be wrong in that series being good, but they can't be wrong in liking that series. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. And this is a two sides to this argument as well, by the way, is that it's like, you as a person talking to this person need to accept that they're allowed to feel how they want with a series, and you can't change that. But it also needs the other person to accept that, like, they need to be able to look at the thing objectively and go, you know what, I recognize this is bad, but that doesn't stop me liking it. If both people can walk up to a problem like that, you can have a perfectly great discussion from there. Like, I'll use Kamfa as my example. I absolutely loved Kamfa. Kamfa ticks a lot of boxes for me for things that I really like as my guilty pleasure sort of stories. I would not recommend people to watch Kamfa most of the time. Kamfa, in the shortest sense, is basically a weird offshoot of a Magigirl series, but the main character's a guy, and he's basically getting turned into a girl. Like, that's just straight up what the story is. And like, the main villain, quotation marks, is his best friend, and she's just like, I would really like to date you, but I don't like guys, so I'm gonna turn you into a woman and permanently have you this way so we can go have hot lesbian sex. And if you think I'm exaggerating, that is actually the fucking villain plot of that thing. And I'm like, I am so up for that. And it leads to some really fun moments where it's questioning, like, why do you like a character as well? Which I found fun. Because there's, like, one of the girls likes him, likes the main guy, but doesn't kind of like the female version as much. Even though there's not really an actual difference between the two. It's just kind of, like, psychological at that point. And then one of the other characters is just like, well, I clearly like him more. And it's like, why? It's like, oh, because I would fuck both. And I'm like, yeah, you would. What's the name again? Kamfa. It's very German. It's kind of German spelling for it. Again, I can't per se recommend the series. It is really trashy, but like, fuck me, do I love it every time I see it. That's why I say, like, it objectively is a bad series. Oh god, the stream is lagging something fast today, isn't it? Well, my computer is lagging, not the stream. Give me a moment. But yeah, no, I absolutely adore that series. Let's see. You don't need to be running. Should fix a bit of that once that registers that I've closed that. Kamfa? Yeah, that's it. It should have like either a blue-haired boy or a blue-haired girl on the front, because that's the main character. Now I have a real reason to watch it. It's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. That's why I say, like, again, I have enough capability to say it is an objectively bad series. That's that thing, right? Like, I have enough, like, awareness for that. But it will not stop me from thinking of how much I love that series. I watched that shit on a whim as well, for a very similar reason, because I was like, it was at the time I was watching a lot of, like, gender-bent Magic Girl series, so it was that one, and, was it Gotta Be the Twin Tail, I think was the other one, which that one's also pretty solid. I don't know why, I think Kampha sold me more because the characters just look a bit older, and I think are actually a bit older, so it felt a little less weird with the sexual undertones. It also didn't have as much of a, like, pre-established character grouping, whereas, like, Twin Tails did. Like, a lot of the characters kind of already knew each other in that one, and I don't know, while that kind of story can work, where you have a lot of characters knowing each other, and it's now a big new thing has been put in the middle, so, like, it's a, it adds, like, a level of things to it. I think I like a character being thrust into a situation that they don't understand fully, and having other characters that have experience in those fields not knowing this character and, like, being mentors in some capacity, and trying to find, like, this balancing point with it all. Again, you can see how much, like, I can analyze these sorts of shows and tell you what I like and what I don't like with them, and still, like, turn around and still accept that I, like, if you told me, no, that series is trash, I'm like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it fucking is. Why is the game lagging so much today? It actually feels like the game's lagging more than anything. And that's forcing the PC to lag more. I might restart the game in a second. See how that, if that fixes it. Oh, but yeah, I'm trying to think of other series that, like, are in that sort of category. You've been watching gender bend anime, Correct High? I was watching gender bend off-branded at the time I found it. We're not the same. I will refrain from answering back what I was tempted to answer back. Actually, I will just leave one name in response to that, and that will answer everything. Love Mary. We don't need to discuss any further on the topic. Did you forsake background processes for the sake of Horf? Pretty much. No, I don't know why the game's just really lagging today. I need to see if I can fix some stuff to that. I've turned off some of the background processes. It's just the game feels laggier today than it normally is. Wait, I turned you off. What about you? Oh, no, not you. You. We don't need you. Alright, Oh, the day I can get a fucking PC upgrade, eh? Gonna be able to play this shit nice and smoothly. And cleanly. All the time. Oh, no, don't turn that off. That would probably crash the PC. Oh, task manager's not responding. That's always a bad sign. You were supposed to kill the programs, not join them. Don't make me have to kill Windows for a little bit. Come on, computer. Alright. And then a lot of people complaining about servers recently. Maybe it's on their side. No, I'm pretty sure this is on my side. I don't know. Maybe. Never knew the English name of that one. Always saw the Japanese one. Or the Japanese version. Fair. I mean, I know it by the English one because of reasons. Look, I know what my favorite things are, alright? Here are a few of my favorite things. Super Creek is a bundle of maternal instincts. Yeah, she's a bundle, alright. Hope she bundles me up. I want it known, musume is using like 2% of my CPU. And it's still like lagging miserably like this. It's not pushing to have enough overhead, I think. Like overhead of its own volition. Right, Windows, could you, like, lower the start menu, please? Maybe my PC's had enough of me. I think that happened like a year ago. There we go. I think things are moving smooth again. Right? We're good. Cool. I guess that's just a rerun of the last year's episode then, yeah. No, it's... I feel bad for this PC. She's been doing well for years, but it is definitely getting to that capping point now. Well. Oh, fuck no. Ugh, I hate being sick. Take my sickness away from me. I would really like the ability to breathe normally again. Ah! Alright, well, it's probably going to be stamina I do, because there's 3 of them there. Let's go on the stamina! Mama's doing breaststroke. I just said that out loud. Oh god. I will apologize in advance. I think my filter's broken today. I think watching Narissa bully Laplace is one of the first things I did in my morning might not have been like the best thing for my mentality. Or it could have been one of the best things. I want to do the thing, but this is also way too good to pass up this early. Yeah, can we talk about the fucking, like, Narissa bullying Laplace thing? I was there live? Damn, I wish I was. I'd have been fucked up if I was there, I'm pretty sure. Like, just that video I posted in the Discord alone had me just like, damn, well, whew. That was a thing. It doesn't help. That was verbal abuse with absolute consent. Oh, that was more than consent. I'm gonna be real with you, G. It's like, does begging count as just consent at that point? No, like, it doesn't help. So, I've talked about this a little bit. I've gotten back into my Japanese, training, right? Like, I've been relearning Japanese again. So I have a bad habit when I'm learning relearning a language. I will just start speaking in response to hearing. Right? I wish that was me. I mean, so what I do, like, I do it a lot with anime, right? Is like, I'll hear a line and I'm like, I recognize what is being said in that line, so I will repeat it. As an effort to try and, like, get better at, the phonetics of the language, right? You do not want to know how much I was just, like, listening to this in bed, and I'm just, like, repeating the lines as well, and I'm like, hang on a minute, I am just sitting here repeating, like, Narissa just... like, god damn it. Alright, now we can try and sneak in the recreation, I think. This is probably the best thing to do. Mala's gonna verbally abuse us quick off on stream. Hell yeah, I'll do fucking ASMR content. I'll just, like, lean into the mic here. Wait, what's a good one of the lines that Narissa had? What was one of the better ones? How's it go, Shibuta? Dude, Japanese, man. I'm learning it. Go get good at it again. That's gonna be bad. Everyone involved. Leans to the mic, starts talking about Magic the Gathering. And in response, I'm gonna play My counterspell. God, I have to lean so far over to get to my mic now. Get your face 3 meters away from the mic now. Wait. 1, 2. Alright, it's about 3 meters. Is that better? You still here? That line hurt me physically, Babby. Dude, so recently, we had people around, right? I think I talked about this last week. One of the people started learning that, like, about counterspelling and magic. And we basically sat there and like, oh no, he's gonna like turn up with a mono blue deck that's just counterspells. And I was bored yesterday, so I started looking up how would you do that deck, right? Like how would you do it? I came across a card that I remembered finding at one point that I wanted to slot into a deck. And I was like, what if you made that the commander? So there's, Ball, which is literally whenever you counter a spell, like whenever a spell or an effect you have counters a spell, you draw a card. So it's just like, you blanketly are clearly there to be an asshole. It's just blue and your counter spells. That's all you're here for. And I just love the fact that that deck would play with, like, I am actually like 50 counter spells in this deck. You're not here to have fun. I am here to ruin your day. There is a part of me that almost wants to make that deck, but I really don't. I really don't. Do it, I dare you. The worst part is it's not even an expensive deck to make. That's actually the worst part of it. Like, I was looking at it and I'm like, most of the cards are like $1. You get, like, I would probably find the expensive counterspells and toss them in as well, because haha funny, but like, the deck would probably not be that much. How inexpensive? Realistically, I could probably build that deck for, like, at most a bit over $100 US. Probably less, actually. I could probably do it for a bit under $100 US. Especially if I don't go for, like, high-end counterspells, I can do it for a lot less. Like, it would literally be, the design process for that deck would be... let me just pull up. Give me a second. Is it? How's it spelled again? Is it barrel? Chief of Compliance, let's see. Hey guys, remember that you're breathing right now? You're welcome. Thank you. So literally, this is the commander. Instant sorceries you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever a spell or ability you control counters a spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Right? So you just do this with, like, only counter spells. Like, yeah, immediately as well, like, it's all the counterspells from the recent fucking sets that are added in here. Like, Sacrifice, Unravel, Divert Disaster, then, like, high synergy cards that counterspell, counterspell, counterspell. Not a counterspell. But something that benefits from you casting spells. Counterspell, fucking counterspell, 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 counterspell. Counterspell. Kind of a counterspell. Counterspell. Like, if you were to do this deck, you are actively just going, no, I'm not letting you play the game. That is what you were saying to your opponent. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. I've looked at this a lot. There is no way you can make this deck, like, fun at all, and nor have it win most of the fucking time. Oh god, it's lagging. There we go. Monster Cardo, Monster Cardo. It's the moment you go like, okay, so I'm gonna cast No You're Not. Alright then, well then I'm gonna move to cut. No you're not. You wanna keep going? Are you gonna counterspell the next thing I play? Yes. Then no. Cool. Next person. You gonna cast anything? How many counterspells do you have in hand? Yes. How many cards do you have in hand? Yes. Like, fuck, even the creatures in here are either like, yeah, literally you go down a little bit. This is literally a counterspell on a fucking card. Whenever an opponent casts an artifact, instant, or sorcery spell, counter that spell. This ability triggers only once each turn. Now, I appreciate that at least Laboratory Maniac is high on the list, because that's a way of saying these people do actually have a consideration for winning the game. The problem is, it's still shit. Oh, and if you thought, like, it could get it can't get that much worse, there's this card here, which I've looked at a few times because there's a really cool art of it, that, let's just say, if you thought I was playing counterspells for mana, you were wrong. This is literally, power and toughness is equal to your, the number of islands you control. When it enters or attacks, put a flood counter on a target land. If it's it is an island in addition to its other types, as long as it has that flood counter on it. And then, the first instance or sorcery spell you cast each turn costs 1 blue or 1 generic, less to cast for each land you control with a flood counter on it. Just a reminder, most counterspells cost like 2 mana, 1 mana. 2 mana, 1 mana, 1 mana, all that. So if I'm already like cost reducing with my fucking commander, these things are 0 mana. So yeah, there's a reason why, like I said, I do not want to make this deck. There are so many better decks I could make. The wider friends don't want to play with me. JK, I know. Exactly. Meanwhile, I'll make decks like my self-help book. Which is so much more fucking worse. In some ways. This is the one that I'm working on at the moment, and I've been working on this for a very long time, but I love this one. So it's based off one of the precons, Disa. Was it Graveyard Overdrive, I think is the name of it. Point is, I was gonna take that deck and the Winter Cynical Opportunist precon, which is Death Toll from Markov Mana, and just smush the two together with a couple of extra cards. And all I would be doing with this deck is just like, I am dumping my cards every which way I can and swinging. Because it's Lurgoyfs. And if you think I'm joking with the Lurgoyf thing, it's all fucking Lurgoyfs. And like, the Lurgoyfs are great, by the way. Because like, this one, power and toughness is equal to the number of creatures in all graveyards. This one, power and toughness equal to the number of sorcery cards in all graveyards. This one is equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards, but its toughness is that number plus 1. So yeah, there's plenty of ways to play those sorts of things out. I like how the main thing I'm getting from Magic the Gathering is how badly you can cock block your opponent. Yes, this is the thing that I will stress about these sorts of games. I could make this deck. I could definitely make this deck, and I have a bunch of the cards that could go into it already available to me. It is not an that's why I say it's not an expensive deck to make unless I go even more of an asshole and buy like the $40 counterspells. That mean I can just like counterspell actually everything in existence. Why the fuck would I play that game though? Because like, I'm just there to actively ruin people's lives, and not in a fun way. Right? This is why I add counterspells to my deck if I have blue in it, but I don't add more than like a couple, and it's purely as like reactive defense spells. I just don't like the idea of ruining a person's fun that much. That's their fault for having a life. You know, you're not wrong. But I did say, like, there is a full-blown temptation to make that deck just as the meme that it would be. Right? Like, here is a deck that we have that is like, oh no, you're being an asshole. I'm gonna go play this deck. And you're going to realize how much of a life, like a miserable time you will have. Like, that is 100% how that deck would play. There are people who would just ruin people's days for the sake of ruining people's days. Yes, there are. And they tend to not be played with very quickly. They get singled out and nobody plays with them. Like, I mean this in the, like, sense of, like, I joke at how the other day I read a thing with Snakers where it was, like, someone saying that a deck gets balanced based on threat assessment and draws, right? And that is, like, one of the stupidest fucking sentences I've ever heard. Because it's like, yeah, welcome to how a card game works. Like, that's literally, this deck gets balanced by it being a deck of cards. That's it, right? Spilled my drink while listening, so, I'll be even more mean. You have, in your mouth, it touches the top of it, yes. Your toes are touching each other, yes. And for the last one, your claws are touching your body, yes. Oh, by the way, none of those work on me. How does one play Magic the Gathering, by the way? Can it be played both IRL and online? You can play it online. There is Magic the Gathering Arena. You can't play Commander easily online is the problem. Keep that in mind. It is definitely something that's more designed to be played physically. I play it physically primarily, but that's because I've said this before, I've got into Magic purely because of Commander. I have played card games for a large portion of my life. Specifically digital ones. Like, I've played Hearthstone since it was in, like, beta. And admittedly, I go on and off playing it nowadays. But, like, that should give a statement of, like, I've played card games for a very long time. I don't play this game for anything other than the social aspect of it. That's why I don't like playing one-on-one Commander either. Or I don't play it often like that. And I'm fully susceptible to someone turning to me, and if they've not been an asshole all game, for example, if they turn to me and go, I can do something funny next turn, don't kill me, they'll live into the next turn. I will in fact actively try and save their fucking life. Like the other day, because I was so far ahead in the game, I just said I have double damage. Taking. Like, I take double damage. And they looked at me, and I'm like, no, this is me acknowledging I've been an asshole this game. I'm too far damn ahead. Let me do this as a way of regulating the fact that the game is going to, the game's going to go too long, and it forces me to have to take more drastic actions. I have to potentially block with things that I didn't have to block with before, stuff like that. Like, I'm happy to just do that shit when it needs to be done. But, like, that's why, yeah, I don't want to play standard Magic, because I just don't want to play most of those sorts of games. That I've burnt out with a lot of them most of the time, and if I want to play them, I suffer from the misery that if I'm not actively playing them, your collection's normally behind, and if your collection's behind, it means you can't build stronger decks, and if you can't build stronger decks, you can't keep up with the meta, and that's where I'm like, cool, I'm just not enjoying the game. For me, it works for about 15 seconds, except for the breathing one. It will last a full day. So, you want to know why those don't work on me? And this is maybe show how psychopathic I am. The vast majority of my life, I was on manual breathing. Like, a lot of these things that people do where it's like, oh, you're manually blinking, oh, you're manually breathing. I'm doing that anyway. Like, I'm consciously thinking about this stuff. That's why a lot of people were concerned with me, because I would many a times I would just not breathe while talking and not like do a soft thing because I was so into the conversation. Save my damn soul. I'm a fucked up person. I'm not so bad nowadays. I'm fairly capable of doing most of it automatically, but it means that, like, if someone tries to make me do it manually, it doesn't work because I'm already switched to forcing it to automate it. So it doesn't even, like, flicker on for a moment or anything. Again, I don't know how better to describe it than that. I'm just a fucked up individual. But yeah, Magic's a fun one. I enjoy Magic the Gathering. I've seen Standard being touch and go, though. I've played a bit of Standard in Arena, because that was my effort to try and learn how the stack works in Magic. Because, I'm gonna say this now, the game is complex. There is a lot of mechanics in the game that work in very weird ways. However, the stack is where the complexity comes from a lot of the time. Unless you're dealing with, like, really unique situations like layers, which at that point in time, good on you, Chief. Even the judges will turn to you and go, get fucked. But, like, the stack is where a lot of complexity lies. The game character not capable of having their own, their actions automated. Worst class to play, honestly. Exactly. And it's worse because you get, like, terrible stat distribution naturally as well. You get, like, a shitload of fucking damage and strength, but, like, your stamina is weirdly inconsistent, and, like, you don't take damage, but you're constantly got a DOT effect on you. Permanent debuffs, yeah. Like, dude, it's wild. Fucking wild. Ugh. But yeah. Just a little closer event. I love it. Also, yes, fucking Mama Creek's been doing well in the background. Can we consider you disabled? No, right? I'm not legally considered disabled. At least at this point. There is a debate whether or not I would be able to apply for a lot of the like that sort of stuff. I am no, okay, let me correct. I am on disability supplements from the government. So I technically am considered disabled in the eyes of the government. But not like I can walk most of the time. I can physically function most of the time. But I have some disabilities, yes. That are recognized by my doctor and the government. Like, it's actually possible for me to probably apply for a one of those in New Zealand we have basically a ticket thing that you put in your car that means that you can park in disability parks. I probably could apply for one of those. And I'd probably be successful. I just don't have a car, personally. So if I got it, it would purely be like something I would put in my bag and just when I go out with people, I'm like, go park in the disabled park. And then put the ticket in there. I don't have a car yet. I don't have a fucking license yet. I don't even have a learner's. I've never actually, I've never gone for the stuff for that. Now, have I driven a car before? But I've never had a license. I am considering fixing that in this year though. I want to go for my license, and I'm probably going to get a motorbike because they're cheaper to buy, maintain, and run. And I don't need a car. Is walking with a can and the reaction to falling over was an immediate thought of, so I guess that's it. Whose heart is actively a time bomb and can just explode at any moment, covering his walls with viscera. It ain't even wrong. The worst part is, right, I want to stress, because when I look over at chat, if I look like maybe 2 centimeters to the side, I can see the top of my crutches behind my TV. So I'm like, yeah, no, maybe I should, like, shut up about not being in that category. So jealous of you now, I was forced to get a driver's license. I was bullied into trying to get one by my parent and by a lot of the people around them. And, like, guilt-tripped into it and stuff like that. And I still just didn't get one. Like, again, just as a mild reminder, I tend to do the exact opposite of what my parent asked me to do, just because they're an absolute asshole. Don't get me wrong, getting a car and a license and everything like that is good in the modern day, and it would give me more job opportunities and stuff, but yeah. Do you already have a go-to bike? Not really. I have, like, go-to, like... not go-to. I have, like... I want it from this era sort of things and stuff like that, because... And this sounds horrible. Literally... The first bike I get, I want a bike that's cheap, it's economic as it can be, and it's not going to cost me too much. And with the laws in New Zealand, if it was made before a specific section, the warranty is way, way cheaper. And I'm talking like, I think it's the difference between nearly $100 to like 20 bucks difference. So like, I'm going with the cheaper one. I'm a turd on the win, so when someone suggested me getting a license, I just went and got it. Well, I mean, it also costs money to get the license, so that's the only reason I'm not going for it right now. Because it costs like $100 to apply. The benefit I do have is that, because of my age, if I go for my license, I can pretty much do everything within about 3 months of each other. As long as I'm successful on everything. Like, the license timings are restricted by age and by, like, a small section of time. And that was pretty much it. And, like, the benefit I have as well with it is how, a lot of the, like, laws around it will work. So if I go for a license, I can then convert it to a motorbike license, and that will expedite my process really quickly. You can probably go for a DR 650 if you're in that style. Very popular, and it's, a lot of replacements available. I mean, I think the biggest thing I need to remember is that I need to fit within a specific CC rating from memory if I don't have my full motorbike license. So I actually have to be somewhat restricted on it. Like, there is a long list of basically makes and models that are acceptable with what X and Y things and like that. How they are in New Zealand. I've never had the urge nor the need to drive. I still don't and probably won't. I don't have the urge for it most of the time. However, there is a couple of times I've noticed in my life that my life got significantly harder because I needed the assistance of others for that sort of thing. So that caused me a lot of grief. When I moved, for example, from Pram to where I am now, like basically the move that I did earlier this year, I had to rely completely on other people, and I had to like pay their fuel and stuff, that's fine, but like I'm sitting there panicking because if something goes wrong for them, they can't help me. And that's why I'm like, I kind of want to get a license for that reason, but then that requires me to get a car license, which is not kind of the direction I want to go. If I wanted to get a vehicle, I kind of want a bike, personally, because what that does is that means, because, okay, fun little lore bit of Malith for a moment. I love camping. I don't get to go camping very often. I've only been a handful of times in my life. I absolutely adore the idea of going to, like, a chilly location, like, not up mountains, but, like, kind of a chillier location, with open sky, and just sitting there reading. Like, that's something I've loved every time I've had the opportunity to. So I love the idea of being able to just, like, pack a bag with all my camping stuff in it, like a big bag, and just go drive somewhere, and go camp for an evening. Parents, so I didn't care back then. Yeah, that makes a big difference as well. It's a lot of people I know get it funded by others. No, I was right with the DS. 650 then? Yeah. No, one of my friends is a huge, like, nut for a lot of this stuff, and he's already offered to basically help me find what I'm gonna do when it comes time. Because he knows the law stuff as well a lot better than I do. Which is, again, it's one of those things of, like, I have someone near me that knows this stuff really well. I'm really thankful to him. Because he said, like, I'll help you out with maintenance of it as well, because he knows, while I'm very mechanically capable, I don't know it inherently, so he'll sit there with me and help me out initially with my maintenance of my bike. But I won't deny, if a, like, what I nickname Scuttlebug car comes along for cheap, I'll probably pick that up instead of going down the motorbike route, because that would probably do me better. Do you guys know what I mean by, like, a Scuttlebug car? It's basically those, like, tiny-ish cars that, like, are, like, they do have back seats, they have front and back seats, but, like, and they have the doors for them, but like they basically have no boot space, and they're fairly not quite a mini, but like they kind of have that sort of aspect to them. They're normally very cheap. They're very normally very economic as well, and I like nicknaming them scuttlebugs because they're normally like kind of rounded and stuff. So it's nice, and like they go along and they scuttle. I imagine a tiny 2-person car. Not quite that bad, but like it is definitely on the small side. That's why I say like not quite a mini in terms of size, but like slightly bigger than a mini. But like has pretty much no boot space and stuff. Because like, I'll be honest, if I have enough boot space to put a few things in there, and then I can just use my backseat, right? That's kind of how I see it. I would fucking adore a car like that if I was to get a car. Whoa! Well, we're doing stamina. I'm sure there's probably an actual term for cars like that. I just have never learned them. I kind of want to do the power one, I'll be honest. That just seems really nice because it gives us stamina as well. Like, I think we're already ahead of the game with the speed, which is good. But yeah, so I'm pretty picky when it comes to how I want to approach getting license and vehicle stuff, which I know is not good per se, but the rationale is that like, okay, you want to know why I've not wanted to get a license? It's because I've been in a lot of car crashes in my time with really competent drivers, and I just have like a huge amount of like not wanting to be in those. Do I take, like, Rosy Outlook here or Corner Recovery? I don't want to take just Rosy Outlook because it's cheaper. Triumph and Pulse will probably work quite well because we're a pace chaser as well. I have the lack of choice in my car. My dad just told me to open a website where he can see car offers, and he did all the stuff without me knowing. One day it was just, oh hey, come here and pick it up, and I was like, what? Okay, so this is where you might see how my brain works with parenting, by the way, with a little bit of that sort of stuff. So my ex, she got her license and all that. She didn't really get to pick her car, her parents did. And I said very adamantly, in my opinion, I don't agree with that. Because a parent should not pick your car. A parent should help advise your car decision, especially if they're paying for it. But your first car should be your choice. Because you need to learn what all of it means. And that means you can pick something and get it wrong, and you feel the responsibility for it. Instead of getting a car given to you and the car being a bad fit for you, and you now like, I'm upset for that reason. Not for a valid reason like why, like I would consider, where it's like, no, you've made the mistake. You need to be the one to do it, because if you don't pick your car, if you don't, like, do that, you will not feel comfortable with it. As much as by comparison. In my experience, at least. The more confident the driver, the more likely they'll crash. Get into a crash. It's... a mixed bag, because I mean, at the end of the day, like, realistically speaking, a car crash normally, if it's like a collision, it's normally more than one person at fault. And said, here's our budget, what car do you want to buy with that? And I said someone, the same one I was learning to drive on. That's fair. Like, that there tells me you had choice in the decision, and I like that, personally. I think it's essential for that first stage of your stuff where you get to make that decision, because that makes, like, that helps you out. It was out of price range, so I bought a similar one. It broke down, so I sold it and bought the same one I was learning on. Yeah, nice. No, I mean, that works out, yeah. But again, like, right there, it's like, you made a decision, and it ended up breaking down. You learned from that decision. Now you, like, recognize certain things a bit better, maybe. Like, I don't know, it's one of those things that no matter how I put it, I will always kind of make the argument that you learn more by making the mistake. Allow the child to make the mistake, because if they make the mistake and they learn from it, you've done more than if they don't make a mistake and they don't learn from it, right? If they are successful, they're not going to know what happens when they're unsuccessful. Again, I want to open up saying that this is personal opinion, sort of thing. I still have no idea what most of the car is, but the car is great and comfy. Took a while getting used to it though. I brushed against a different car the day after I got the car. Yeah, that happens. I mean, it's also why I refuse to ever acknowledge you should never get an expensive car for your first car. You should get a hand-me-down at best sort of energy, right? Like, you should get a cheap, shitty car that's probably broken somewhere and might last you a few years at most, because you learn more from that car, because you could dink into things and your car can take the damage and you can go, oh no, anyway, this car's worth like 10% of the market value of a normal car. And it adds to the ability to give it, like, character as well, because that's also important, I feel. Like, you should feel, like, your car should feel like it has character. That's why I know a lot of people that name their cars, or, give nicknames to their cars and stuff like that. I got a quite expensive one for your first one. I can't. I would never. Oh. I wouldn't do it. I would never be able to be happily giving a car like that to someone. Again, I want to stress this personal opinion based. This is not any slight at anyone that does do this or doesn't do this. Also, apparently the game just wanted to not work there. Alright, resume. Like, if I was looking for a car, I probably wouldn't look for a car that's over $5 grand. Keep in mind I'm speaking like New Zealand dollars here, so that's like $3 grand USD, probably. You know what, fuck it, let's watch the concert for some reason. I don't get to watch the concerts very often anymore. I wonder what Super Creek's like personal outfit is. Does she have one? Right, Horf, I forgot about that. Exactly. It's the most important part of today. Come on. How dare. It's all about that Horf power. Oh, stretch. Yeah, what if I told you I'm here for you and not the Horf girls? I would say you're lying. I'm only here for the Horf girls, what do you mean? I ain't here for me. Horse girl for life. Do we need to do another, like, animal girl rating now that horse girls have become super popular? Like, I'll say now, wolf girls and cat girls and cat boys are still, like, really high on my list. And fox boys. Oh, fox boys. Fox girls, less than fox boys. I know, wild kind of thing, that. Chalked like one super melon. I mean, I did do the counterspell joke earlier, right? The ASMR counterspell. You probably chalked it to that, right? It's, oh my god, blue players! Ah! Don't tell Moldhound he's gonna get, like, 2 up himself for that one. My man, I did 3. Hell yeah. What if I counterspelled your Jork? It's like, I'm gonna go Jork and counterspell! Dude, no, genuinely, that deck we were talking about earlier, do you know what kind of energy it is? It is fully the energy of, it's like, oh, you're gonna play this spell? I'm gonna counterspell it. I'm gonna play this, I'm gonna counterspell. I'm gonna counterspell that. You know what? I'm gonna scoop, I'm gonna counterspell that. Get your ass back at the table. Horse girls are hard to rate. Horse girls are so variable, is the problem, right? Because, like, there's very few instances of them outside of Uma Musume. And in Uma Musume, they're great, but they're only really great because of their personalities. And I know this is a wild sentiment, but if we're rating horse girls, I don't feel like we're rating them based on their personality. I think we're rating them based on, like, the general vibe you get from that kind of, like, thing, right? That's why I say, like, with Nekos, with cat girls, it's great because, like, they're all fairly within a similar category of expectation. And, like, they're fucking good. They're very good. And that's why I say, like, Fox Boys, same sort of thing. When players in DD cast True Resurrection on a boss, just kick his ass again and then turn his body into a zombie, and they just use disarm traps in dungeons. I love that, actually. That's so good. That's actually... When you hate the boss so much, you make his both life and unlife the misery. I just love that. That's great. But more popular kimono comes with stereotypes. You can hardly do that with horse girls. Yeah, that's kind of the point, right? It's like, horse girls don't really have a stereotype. That's, I think, the biggest problem with horse girls, with rating them, right? Is that we don't have much to work out with it with outside of musume. They told me it was to practice on what they'll do when they find the French goblin. Oh my god, that fucking goblin. I love that, though. The true villain of this story. It's a fucking goblin. A French goblin at that. You know, it's also funny, by the way, like, talking about the ASMR stuff earlier. I've made jokes and statements about, like, I would do that shit if it didn't, like, if people wanted it, but I want it known, I don't like ASMR, so I wouldn't know what the fuck to do with it. I just make memes at it from time to time because I'm like, haha, this is a funny bit. That's why I don't do it often. But, like, how the fuck do you actually do ASMR? I've never played D&D. Was a French goblin. Goblin these nuts. That was a knee-jerk reaction, that one. I didn't have control over myself there. I apologize. Since we don't have a stereotype to rate, maybe we all have to look inside ourselves. No. I don't want to look there. That shit nasty. Thanks, I felt like it was gonna happen, but still, yeah, it's fair. Yeah, like, yeah, as Devil said there, it's like, French Goblin isn't anything, like, specific in the game, it's just, it's a story from his campaign where it just happened to be a really fucking funny situation, and it just leads to being more and more. Again, welcome to like, the charm of those sorts of things, where it's like, this is not intended. This is 100% not intended. Now you have an arc villain. Like, they'll have the final villain of the campaign, and then they'll go like, okay, where's the fucking asshole? And it's like, what do you mean? I don't know where he is. Or like, the laugh in the background, and it's like, well, there he is, get him! But yeah, it's the charm of some of that stuff. Later because it's late? No, you're fair devil. Fuck writing that much at this point. But yeah. It is funny, though, how much, like, I can... Dude. How I had the mic set up before was so close to ASMR as well. When it was, like, right in front of me when I was not doing VTuber. And I just had the webcam on. Since it was right in front of me, I could just lean in and just do ASMR in no moment's notice. Good times. I just IRL shits in FPS. Yeah, that's fair. The problem I have is that most of the people I know around me do play it, but they're just like, they're either too busy or they want to play with other people, and I'm like, that's fair. Because I know if I play it, it's whoever has to deal with me first has to deal with the fact that I'll be going through and learning, and like, I would actively be trolling as well. I refuse to play D&D in like a linear, normal way. I don't think I'd be physically capable. Like, I'd make up the most absurd shit to do as well. That's the other thing. Because, like, that's the thing, right? With something like D&D, I would need to actively take it not seriously. Because at the moment I don't, I would try doing optimization in it. And nobody wants me to play. Again, that's not a thing you play in optimization. Anyone want to teach or play with me either? Like, that's why I say is, like, I think that's the fear most of the people have around me, is that I will approach it with the same way I approach, like, Magic and Warframe and all that. It's like, I optimize down to, like, very minor scoping, and it's why all of my stuff ends up being, like, really frustrating in some ways. Like, I wrap things together in ways that it's just not good for other people. But, in saying that, there is a reason why a lot of them come to me for advice on these things. Like, Warframe's the best example of this, is Warframe is one where, like, any time people come back to the game, or, like, play the game, and they're like, I'm not sure how to build this, they immediately ping me and go, hey, how would I build this? And I'm like, I haven't actually built that myself. Give me, like, a day. I want to imagine you just starting a spreadsheet. Probably. Well, I would do that in my head, basically. But it's like, it's finding optimizations and play pattern things and all that. And the thing I want to stress, I also attune all of my optimization for myself. I don't tend to give, like, too general a purposes things. And I say that very openly. It's like, here is the build I'd use myself. This is what you can use as a foundation point to learn off of and decide what you want to do yourself. Whether you add this or that, whatever. Because I also have mods that people don't have. Because I have a very old account, and my account has been going for a very long time. And I used to farm fucking everything in the goddamn game. Which is why I want to go back to playing Warframe, but I've said this before, it's hard for me to justify playing a game outside of stream time actively. In fact, that's what I do with musume. I don't actually play this outside of stream that often. And it's my excuse to just keep trying to do that. Like, I enjoy this game a lot, and I think it's a really great game for stream because it means I can talk while it's happening. And again, it goes into that kind of podcasty section, and I love that. I enjoy this game because of how much, like, room it gives me with stuff. But at that same time, a massive acknowledgement for the fact that, like, if I do this in my own time, I would have to be actively watching stuff. And I've slowly moved to not enjoying playing games at my PC that are like that. Because I have a TV not a few meters away from me. I would much prefer to have something on the TV and watch it on my bed than do that. But sometimes I get bored when I'm doing that, so it's like, it's a whole thing. I don't like sitting at my desk that much anymore, I have to say. It's because I just do it for work or streaming. So it kind of becomes like an adverse reaction of if I'm at my desk, I feel like I'm doing one of those two things. If I'm not doing one of those two things, I feel weird. It's a weird one, I know. I mean, fucking probably this evening. I mean, like, after stream, I'm gonna go do grocery shopping for the first time in a while. Aside from that... Yeah. Nah, I mean, it's probably just gonna be work. Because I've got some stuff I need to sort out for tomorrow, slash just in general with the game, the dev game. Where's my list of things I need to get done again? Yeah, well, I mean, that's a long-term thing, man. Yeah, the description stuff, I need to work at that. I have one active campaign with some new players. I imagine that's the other thing as well, is like, having more than one new player in a group is probably like having the vast majority of players being new players is better than having like 1 or 2 new players in a bigger group, right? Because that means that everyone's learning together so you don't feel like overwhelmed. No, I mean, I don't personally learn well in those situations myself. I like when having people that know what they're talking about around me. That's how I learnt magic, primarily, with Commander, is that, like, I just kind of got thrown in the deep end with people that knew what they were doing. And because of that, thankfully, they just helped me through the phases of everything. I mean, fuck, one of the things I love, like, referring to is for the longest time, even though one of the first decks I played was a Spell Slinger deck, I didn't know that you could play instants on other people's turns. How the fuck am I supposed to know that? I have 2 players in the game, and one of them is playing for the first time, and the other is playing for the 3rd time. But, I met both of them during the first game we played. Hell yeah. One of them was just knew your sister. Ah, yeah. I mean, that's how a lot of it goes as well, right? It's the one Death House. Oh god, yeah, that one. Oh god, yeah, that one. I remember that one. Yeah, it was happening and you were explaining stuff to me. It was fucking wild. Just actual awful time. But I love that. Again, I think if I was to approach D&D, I'd kind of want to play it like Adventurous. It was Legends of Adventurous, like that group. I want a game where I can just have fun with friends. Right? Like, I would want one where it's like, there's casualness, there's shitty memes, there's jokes all over the place, stuff like that. That's why I say, like, I don't think I'd ever... If I did a serious campaign, I would have to be the unserious character in it. What's the Death House? Yeah, so in the shorthand of the Death House thing the Devil's talking about, it's basically, imagine doing a, like, the beginning of the campaign is, like, actively just trying to kill you. It is, like, actual horror cool house stuff, but, like, the beginning of it is, like, everyone is, like, in a, at best case scenario, an inch from death at every moment. You are going to lose people. People are going to die. that's what led to, like, the fun and hilarity of it. Is it's just, like, they would just get killed constantly. Do I really want to do extra training here? Yeah, I probably should just do the extra training. It's never really a bad shout. I gave 4 characters plus 1 NPC to the players and 3 still died. Yeah. 'Tis a rough experience. Oh, got the sniffles. I hate having the sniffles. It's probably not good that I'm gonna probably go for a long ass walk as well today because I need to do grocery shopping. That reminds me, where's my... I had a list of things I was going to do. Yeah, those are the 2 things I need to get done today. I'd like to roll to apply emotional damage on the ghouls. They're gonna roll to apply emotional damage to you, what do you mean? Emotional damage.
Hi. Operation 開始.
Reinitiate my training protocol. Hell yeah. This girl, man.
Hi.
She is a concern. Player, one player has a character known as Tinwit the Dimwit, Stel, and is a bard, and is a spell that actually does deal emotional damage. God damn it. Of course it's a fucking bard that does that. That makes the most sense, actually. Oh, I watched a little bit of the... What is it fucking called? What's that series? That's like based off of the... I think it's Critical Role's D&D campaign. It's like Vox something? Vox Machinima? Like, I think? I watched a bit of that. That was kind of cool. Because Noxie's watching that at the moment, and like sometimes I'll come in the house and she's watching it, and I'll just like watch an episode or 2. I'm a child from an Asian family. There's no emotional damage that can be done greater than what parents applied. That's fair. Also, they're a gnome. Hell yeah. Vox, which yeah. Yes, no, that is it. Yeah. I watched a little bit of it. It looks really cool. I did giggle as well, because like I was sitting there like, wow, that's kind of like, huh. And like we started talking about like what mechanically was going on. Like what spell and such would have been. So trailers of the animated campaign. Ooh. I stand by it. There is a massive untapped resource of like using D&D campaigns to inform an actual like series or story. Like there's that one D&D movie that was done like a year or 2 ago. It was Honor Among Thieves. I thought that was amazing. And I would love to see more of that sort of content, personally. I think that's a genuinely, like, a really good, thing. Like, there should be done more. I'll just do this. The first and second episode is what happened before they started streaming. Things after have a version of how it looked on the table and what happened in the show. Oh, okay. But yeah, like, I think that's, like, a genuinely, like, untapped resource, though. There's just more stories like that, where it's like, no, this is what happened in our D&D campaign. We just put it into, like, a cohesive story. I mean, fuck, technically, isn't Goblin Slayer a D&D campaign? Or, like, a soft base of D&D campaign? From memory? So I'm pretty sure that, like, it was based off a thing that the author did with his group, and, like, that's why a lot of it is very Dice of Fate-esque. Like, Goblin Slayer is great. I haven't watched a lot of the newer stuff of it, but, like, it's good. I think I'm, like, a season behind on it or something. And, like, Konosuba is a great example of, like, again, convince me that series doesn't feel like a D&D campaign. Regardless of if it's based off one or not, it feels like a D&D campaign. It's how you do a story where it's like, there's so much seriousness stuff going on, but, like, there's gags and fun and characters. It's because it's, like, it feels so much more human that way. And I think I like those sort of stories a lot. So that's why I say, like, I think that would be a good way to do it. Goblin Slayer is the D&D character of the author. His character left his team and he wrote a manga about what his character did after he left. Yeah. I remember it was something like that. That's why I was like, that's, again, a great example of that sort of thing. It was based on an actual campaign. Yeah, I was pretty sure it's not based off an actual campaign. I was pretty sure the character was based off something, or like, off a character from D&D. Like, that's why I was like, what Devil said there is exactly the case, is what I was thinking. So yeah, that should go to show, like, that's why I say, it's such a good way of starting to get to that sort of thing. Like, you get a character, you get a world, you get all of the stuff kind of given to you for free. I think it's a great way of approaching a storytelling. Guy who was left alone after his D&D group stopped playing because they got busy IRL. Yeah, no, that as well. I was trying to remember what it was for that, but I remembered it being something, basically, how the series starts loosely is kind of based off what happened. Yeah, video game in the place of D&D. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure someone's actually pointed out exactly which edition it's based off of as well, right? I think it's like 3rd edition or something like that. I want to say. Because, like, you could theoretically build the characters in the series inside of the one it's from, but not exactly the same. Like, you can't one-to-one recreate Irons All Gone in the same thing, but it's like, that's kind of the point as well. Because he's not supposed to be, per se, a character, he's supposed to be a final boss. That's the point. Based on 3.5e, might be wrong. That sounds right. I know it was like 3 or something, so it being 3.5e sounds right. Because I think someone pointed out, like, if you were to take the idea of what Irons All Gone's supposed to be, you can make a character that does summon something close to, like, a few 100,000 zombies, or, like, undead, basically. You can actually summon obscene amounts of armies in the edition he's from. Theoretically. Again, it's super hard to pull off, and not as easily as he does in the series, but, like, it is doable. So again, like, what we're stressing here is that, like, a lot more stories are based on this than people think, but I feel like there's a lot more space for that sort of storytelling, because it just leads to a lot of things. I think it's a phenomenal way of, like, setting up a storytelling, and, like I said, keeping that human aspect of, like, humor and silliness going. Alright. Oh, that's what that was. Oh, well, Super Creek's having a time. No, Mama Super Creek. You're fine. Don't be sad. Don't know why it makes really stress and shit. When it comes to that, clap, I actually understand quite a bit. Because, so, fun little thing, this, again, kind of shows age for me. I actually really struggled with the idea of talking with people online for a long time. Because, like, there's not being able to see people's faces makes it really hard for me talking with people. So that's why, like, for the longest time, irregardless of how much effort was put in, I could never try and be, like, actual friends with anyone I met online and not in person. Like, I couldn't see them that way. I could never, like, trust them enough or anything like that, or, like, handle with it. Which is weird, right? Well, I say it's weird. it was weird to me that I struggled with it so much when so many people around me obviously are very fine with it and became like increasingly more okay and all that moving forward. And for a long time I was scared to just chat during streams and on Discord. As you can see, I got over it, but I'm still in the middle of getting the VC thing. I mean, do you know how I got personally through it? And I'll say this is not like a thing you have to do, but like is what I did. So take it as just that, exactly, no more than that. So when I joined a streamers community, this is the one that I'm an admin for now, by the way, funnily enough. When I joined a streamers community, what I started doing was I would jump onto the VC in that place almost every day when I had spare time, like in the mornings or in the evenings, and people would just hop on with me and would talk. And I got to talk with a bunch of people this way, and I still saw it as this thing, but like I just got more and more used to it. And again, it's kind of that argument I make with a lot of things where it's like, how do you get better at something? You just do it, and you just do it more. And eventually you just kind of, it blends into the background. So now I'm fine with it. I pretty much very rarely have any issues with it. I feel like I'm equally as friendly to people now that I'm talking to in real life as I am online. I may be more honest, in fact, or direct to people online than I am in person, because I don't have the same reservations by comparison. But I'm still, like, I would argue courteous to an extent. But it was, again, this is something that did take me months of constant work, oh, by the way. But it was something I recognized as, personally for myself, something I wanted to change. And I did. And it was fun. I made some really good friends. Sadly enough, I'm not in contact with a lot of them now, but that's how online friendships kind of go, is they can appear and disappear equally as quickly. Whether you just stop talking or whether something happens. It's more difficult as well because, like, when it's someone you know IRL, there's an argument of, like, well, you can actually physically see them and, like, take physical space. But when it's, like, online, it's their chat, their DMs are open. Like, they're always, in a sense, there, but they're also not there at the same time. So it creates this kind of, like, discrepancy in my eyes with it. Welcome to how my brain works for a lot of these things. I apologize that was a weird tangent, but I thought that was kind of interesting at the least. It's really motivating, but it also makes me feel slightly unwell right now, just thinking about it. Oh no, again, I want to stress, all I'm saying is my own experiences. You don't need to do it, nor have to do it. You're not, it's up to you what you recognize as something you want to change as well. Like, to you, you might not see it as a problem, and that's fucking fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm someone that likes to fix problems. Which is why I like programming, as an example. And it's why I get frustrated when it's a problem that, like, I can easily fix and people won't let me. Or when it's a problem that I am fixing and people refuse to let me fix it. God, I fucking hate that. I say that with such venom because that's basically how my fucking last relationship ended. Fuck that shit. Yeah, Lyle, this is fair. Yeah. I mean, again, it's everyone's different. Everyone is their own person, and you're allowed to think and feel how you will. How does someone stop you from fixing something? They actively work against the fixing. or it's kind of refusal of help scenarios. Which, again, that's fine. It's just bad when it affects me as well. I don't want to go too far into it more than I've said before, but like, one of the main issues that we had at that house back when it was my ex, the head tenant, and the flatmate that was a friend of both me and my ex, was she had problems, but the problem was she would hide behind terms and not accept them as faults of herself, and put in very little effort to try and compensate or work around these things, and would make them everyone else's problems as well, and then would proceed to be very backstabby at the same time. Like, I had conversations with her that I thought were in full confidence of being like, no, this conversation goes no further, because we're talking on a mutual thing, and she would say them to my ex, and only give what I said to her, so it made it sound like I'm just complaining bitterly about her. Where it's like me going, hey, I'm just processing like a thing that was frustrating for me. And I don't want to say it to my ex, because my ex was very sensitive to a lot of these things. So if I would say something without putting in an effort to try and like, sort through my thoughts and feelings and give her a very plain response, she would just, like, shut down. And even if I did, she would sometimes just shut down. And this led to basically situations where the flatmate would say stuff, and she would jump on, then my ex would jump on the bandwagon with it, even though it was in opposition to how I acted or handled things. One of the ones that will always piss me off the most was how, due to a situation, I was given a letter, or given a form for the flatmate, and I took a screenshot of it, I sent it to her, and said, hey, I was just given this for you, I will leave it under your door. Like, I'll slide it through your door. Because I know you're away at the moment. But you need to have been shown this effective immediately. And then I get a message like an hour later from my ex going, why did you open her mail? And I'm like, I have never opened someone else's mail in my life. Even when you have asked me to open your mail, I literally sit there and go, are you sure? I have never once done that shit. And that was something that I got really fucking annoyed at. And it was things like this that just stacked up to why everything went wrong eventually. Again, things were, like, wrong for a very long time. But, like, this, again, it's one of those things of, there were problems with that relationship, and this flatmate just wedged open the cracks faster than I could personally work against them to try and, like, compensate and try and find ways to do it. However, the cracks were still there, they were forming. Whether those cracks were good or bad, or, like, could they be managed, could they be fixed eventually, we don't know. It's long and done, right? But what resulted on all of that sort of stuff was the problems for me. And, like, basically the whole household became an echo chamber for how awful of a person I am. And that's why I wasn't doing so well. So that's, like, when you say it's like, that's frustrating, yeah, that's probably one of the best ways to kind of, like, look at it and think on it. It's just, like, it is something that happens a lot with people, on varying degrees. My situation got very, very toxic because of this. And I want to stress, by the way, I am not innocent in this situation. I fucked up a lot. I I messed up on how I handled things from time to time, and I got very toxic as well, with a lot of these situations. But I will at least accept my fault. Like, I accept my fault in the matter. That was one of the problems I was also having, was I would say, I'm sorry that I did this, and then I would just get a response, well, you should be. And I'm like, cool. I'm not getting mutual, like, responsibility here, so why should I be, like, continuing to do this? So I just got to a point where, like, I said very adamantly, I'm burning the bridges here. And I said to my ex, if you want this to work, you have to build the bridge back, all the way. I'm not meeting you halfway. You've done too much with this. I'm normally not someone that would let even that occur, and that's why I was so upset when she handled it super poorly from that point onwards. And then she had the audacity when we got into an argument later on about how all this was not working, and say, well, what should I be doing since you know so much? I'm like, I don't know. I just know what you've done so far isn't what I need to see or hear. And then she got very annoyed at me for that. I'm like, I'm sorry I don't have all the answers. I can just say that what's been done so far, you've done the same thing 3 times, and it's not worked each time. God fuck damn it! But yeah. As you can tell, some of this still does affect me. I'm not so up myself to say that it doesn't. When it gets to this point, closing it is the best thing you can do. Hope both of you are doing better now. I'd like to think I'm doing a lot better. I have no fucking idea about any of the people that I used to live with because I fully blocked off all forms of communication with them, and I told them that I would sooner, like, jump off a bridge than talk to them again. Because it's just simply, irregardless of if they became better people or not, I don't want to deal with people that were toxic and manipulative at some stage and potentially have ways of doing that again. Right? And I'm sure there's a mutual aspect of that. You sound like you're doing better now, I think. Yeah, like I said, I like to think I'm doing a lot better. I feel like I've processed through a lot of these things. I still have my bad days, but the fact that I can look back at the situation and not... Like, I used to basically, if I looked back at the situation, I would cry or I would get angry or anything like that. And it was bad. Like, I got really, really upset for a long time after all of this. So now that I can kind of talk about it without being as frustrated. If they did it once, then they're probably going to do it again. I want to stress, like, while you're not per se wrong with that, it also, I want to stress, might not be intentional if they did it again. Right? Like, it's very easy to fall into old habits when you're meeting up with people that you had those old habits from. And, like, it simply comes down to, I have no reason that I want to talk with my ex again. She's done her damage, and she's done her dash, and not to get too personal, but I feel like one of the issues that I noticed, or, like, I recognize now, but I should have noticed it at the time, was, like, I loved who she was. She enjoyed being with me, and she didn't love herself. She wanted to be something else. She wanted to... Because she was very easily influenced by those around her, which indicates, to me personally, someone that's not very happy with who they are. They're still trying to find out who they want to be. And simply, I think that's where a lot of the problems kind of stemmed from. Is like, I loved someone she didn't love for herself, and she enjoyed being with me, didn't love me. And that's fine. Again, there's different levels to this stuff. I could also be very wrong. This is an external perspective on a lot of these things. And that's probably why it's such a, like, difficult kind of thing. again, I stress, I just don't think it would have worked long term, based on how all of this went wrong. And it's kind of one of those reasons why, like, especially at the time, I'm like, I'm actually kind of glad that this has fallen apart, because very clearly this was never going to work. Because she would talk behind my back about plans, and then send them as text messages to me, about how, like, oh, I'm going to move, and I'm not going to do this, I hope we can be friends. And I'm like, cool, so I was not, like, part of the communication of that at all. No, we're not going to be friends. I kind of want to have nothing to do with you if this is going to be the case. Because this is the shit that you are telling me I'm an awful person for doing. Even though I wouldn't do this, I would still talk with you. But you would forget that I would talk with you. Sort of thing. I remember one time I almost ended a friendship because I was the asshole. My friend got very angry with me and I just sent them a statement that if they don't want to know me anymore, I'll cut the contact, because I knew I was the asshole in that situation. We made up after like a month or two. Yeah, and again, that happens a lot, right? I want to stress, like, people are more than capable of making up, right? Like, it's almost human nature to try and find a way to find similar ground and all this sort of stuff. That was my problem, though, was I just didn't see a reason to. Nor do I still see a reason to. Why would I? I gain nothing from the situation other than potential just reliving trauma. I'm not even talking about love here. We both trust and communicate. Any type of relationship falls apart. Yeah. Again, this is why it's such a hard thing for a lot of these sorts of cases. It's like, it was clearly, there's a lot of things that are going wrong. Like, without those sorts of things, yeah, again, a relationship falls apart without that working. And it happens. Like, again, the other part of it that I think I've come to the conclusion of is that, like, this isn't the first time I've been in a relationship and it end. Very much not the first one. But it was probably one of the longest and most serious relationships I had been in. Again, keeping in mind, like, I had proposed to this person. And that is probably why this hurt so much for the longest time, and it still does. Again, like, I'm also big enough of a person to acknowledge that, like, while I've come out of it, and I feel like I'm a better person of who I want to be from it all, and, like, I've processed a lot of this sort of stuff, it hurt. It still hurts. Like, I was a lot of things during that time, and a lot of them were very negative, and I look back and I'm like, I can see where people were coming from with a lot of those things. And that's why I look back and I'm like, I was not as good of a person as I am now as I was back then. I am definitely a better person. At least to me, in my opinion. Whether that's a good opinion or not, that's a debate point. Oh man, yeah. No, like, again, keep in mind, like, I'm a bit on the older side, so this was the sort of stuff. Like, I'm surrounded by people that are married, have kids, stuff like that. I mean, fuck, I haven't talked with one person in particular for a while, and I kind of want to catch up with them. But there's always the awkwardness of, like, they were an ex of mine, and we did some very bad stuff together for a while. And she's now living with her husband, and they had a kid, and I'm like, awesome. I would love to catch up with her and see how she's doing, but it's always that, like, the baggage is always there. I remember that me and my best friend would always get into fights right before school break or the end of school year. no conflict over vacation stuff, and came back to school and would not remember we're no longer friends at that point. Yeah. That wasn't a reveal I was expecting. Yeah, again, so there. So we'd come back to school and resume friendship as if nothing happened. Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of, like, back when you're at school as well, right? Did the VTuber community play a role in how you changed? Ooh, that's actually a really interesting question. I would say yes, but I don't know if I can tell you where. Does that make sense? Like, I would think it's inaccurate to say it didn't. But I would not be able to pick out what changed. Because it would be very much kind of like compounding aspects, right? It was the environments I was in, it was the stuff I was watching, it was the people I would hang out with. All these things culminate to a thing. And I'm confident VTuber community played a massive role on that. I mean, the fact is, like, it's not... You can go back in my streams and see back when I was still in that environment, right? Like, when I moved to Parapara Umu was when I moved away from all of the people there. Right, so it's only been like 2-ish years, and I've been streaming for longer. Makes sense. I asked because your experiences partly remind me of yours. That's fair. No, like, that's why I'm like, I mean, again, one of the biggest things that I think fucked me up the most, and this is probably one of the biggest, like, harsh drops. So, fun little thing, I've always had, like, fucked up health, right? We've talked about this many a times. I didn't know how bad it was until, a few years ago. This was, I think, again, I think it was when I was streaming. It's within the scope of me being streaming is how bad my health has been, really. I think it might have been before that, I'm not sure. Point is, I got the super bad news from my doctor when stuff was falling apart with my relationship. And I didn't get the help or treatment from those around me that I kind of needed at the time. I didn't get the support network. And that's probably why I've latched so hard on, latched so hard to Iron Mouse. Because I don't think I would have been able to handle that kind of news if I didn't have someone to look up to like that. So that's probably one of the biggest evident things about the VTube community as a whole impacting my kind of life. It's like, here I am with, like, my relationships around me and my home environment falling apart. I'm getting this kind of news. And then, like, I'm hearing the Iron Mouse talk about how she is going through, like, basically a far fucking worse time with health than I am. Just frankly. And her still just getting up and doing this amazing stuff. And that really gave me the motivation to just keep living. And I don't think I would still be, like, going as hard as I am if it wasn't for her. I know, it's a really, like, both it's depressing but, like, heartwarming sort of story thing there. But, like, that's... Hey, you wanted the answer. I like to stress, like, I'm a very open book kind of individual, right? This is probably one of the biggest evident points of that. Alright, ooh. Give me lots of praise. Yes, praise me, you Mama Creek.
いい子
Ah! Hell yeah.
あら
Is it? Do I play chess? Yes. With chess, I managed to get up to Masters rank. Like, low Masters. To be fair, that was back when I was, like, actively playing, like, every day.
今日はきっといつ
I am probably not even a fraction that good nowadays. Mama Creek is the perfect fucking timing, don't you think? Oh, yes, 100%. Ooh, that's a really hard one to say no to, just because it would get one maxed out, nearly max out you, and get you further along. Ooh. But also speed. I do kind of need speed and stamina to start going up at this point. Been fun just getting late, and I'm a very old 24-year-old, so bye. Catch you later, devil. Have a good rest.
始めましょう
Insert a speed meme. Oh god. Can I just okay. I don't want to start like something here. But like I've got nothing against I Am Speed. He's just so much more energy than I can personally handle. Like I actually can't watch his like clips or streams because it's just too much for me, I think. I'm too old. I can't handle that energy. It's too much. It's just too much for me. I'm sorry. There's nothing against the individual per se. It's just I can't personally handle it. It's like you go back in the day, we would just call that crackhead energy, and like I knew a lot of people like that. I just know I'm saying I am speed while running, that's all. Because of, like, being part of streaming, I've seen a lot of his, like, things in rotation. He also gets, like, there's a lot of memes made out of him because he is actually a fairly charismatic individual, and he does, like... People latch onto that kind of energy quite a bit. I can't. That's why, like, a lot of people have actually said they'd kind of enjoy the fact that I'm normally of a lot lower energy on my streams. And it's not because, like, I'm low energy, it's because I don't have a way of being like, oh yeah, let's go guys, oh boy, whoa, weird wacky times. Like, I can't keep that up. I've never been like that, really, either. Like, even when ask Noxie, even in high school, I was, like, somewhat weird and wacky, sure, like I am now, but I was definitely, like, slow, methodic, and just loud, if I was anything. In fact, I used to speak a lot less when I was in high school, but I used to speak quite loudly. I'm actually a lot better at controlling my volume now. You're a great streamer for sleeping. I could just go to sleep to your ranting about Magic the Gathering. Oh yeah, no, 100%, right? It also helps that, like, I've got a very monotone voice, and it just really helps with that kind of, like, graveled aspect, so... I again, 100%, I expect that, like, if I ever got to be a bigger streamer, I would be a streamer that people would fall asleep to. Like, I would not take that as an insult. I do that with some of the streamers I watch. Specifically, Roffle. Roffle is the one that I am, like... he's got such a great voice, and he tends to play games at a fairly... Even when it's, like, energized, he tends to play it, like, a fairly low-energy way. Roffle and Blatcher. I mean, I've been watching Roffle for years, so I know him from Hearthstone originally. Like, when I say years, I mean, like... Oh... We're talking probably 5 years, right? I think. That's how long I've been watching him for. Maybe longer. Like, it was fairly early on for him that I was watching him. And it's just, he's so nice, he's good, all that sort of stuff. ASMR stuff, yeah. Get started with those ASMRs then. Oh, don't make me start doing ASMRs. Like, what would I do for ASMR? How would I, of all people, do fucking ASMR? What do people want out of ASMR? That's the problem I have with it. It's like, I don't know. I don't see the charm personally. I have, what is the term again? It's that thing that basically means that, like, that sort of stuff, gets, like, it grades me a little bit. Just, the video is frozen. I don't see it frozen on my end. Might just be Twitch being Twitch. But yeah, it's definitely not frozen on my end. I'm not seeing any drop frames. The only time I see lag occurring is just PC lag with the model and the game struggling a little bit from time to time. But yeah, what do you do? What is the point of ASMR? And I know that's not how I should be thinking about it. I enjoy the just talking or made up vanilla scenarios for the most part. Because, like, yeah, I think the problem I have is that too much of my understanding of ASMR comes from, like, slightly not safe for work ASMR stuff. Because that's what I've, like, most of the people I've interacted with have listened to, and I'm like, I just, Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. That makes sense. Because that's, I think, part of my issue is that I unjustly associate it with, like, sexual stuff most of the time. Licking? Ugh. No, I actually shivered at the thought of that. Holy shit, that, No. 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 No, no, no. No, 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 no. That, I see it as a creaming tool or whispers. Apparently it's something people feel tingles from and it's very comforting. I don't get that part. Okay. This is where I go, maybe I understand it better than I think I do. Because I get, like, tingles and shivers from it. But I don't like the feeling. Like, it reminds me of someone taking cold water and pouring it down, like, just the back of your shirt. Is, you know how you, like, react and you shiver and, like, move away from it? I crumple up when I'm listening to this, and I just crumple away from my head. I take my headphones off if it's going too much. So, yeah, that's I think, kind of feel nothing from ASMR, occasionally cringe, or, like with the counterspell you did a while ago. I mean, that was just funny, because that was what was getting asked, right? I cringe as well, but, like, again, bits like that are funny. That's why I don't do it often. It's just, I personally don't like it. I think there's room for doing a half-funny bit with it, though. Not anything more, though. No. It was funny, but the pain? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like, I love dad jokes, so inherently that's just exactly what I want. I want people to want to chuckle somewhat, but are currently too busy suffering in misery to. If I don't hear a groan from one of my jokes, I've clearly done something wrong. Right? Megan was short and add the Japanese verbal abuse from Holoclip. I mean, I could always just, as a bit, do the, like, Japanese holo stuff. Again, I'm fairly confident in my Japanese now again. Like, I'm not able to probably read it competently enough, and I can't probably speak it in, like, full thing, but, like, I'm at the point where I can replicate, again, what I'm hearing. Which is, a fun one. Forcefully bring Noxie into this? No. Oh, she would fucking murder me. And I would let her. Fuck that. I would not blame her at all. Malice first 200k view stream. Fucking yeah, that sounds about right actually. It's like ASMR. I mean, that's the thing, is like, if I'm doing ASMR, I'm just gonna drop my voice to a slightly deeper and sultry thing. So it's gonna go from this, something more like this. I just talk like this, but I talk closer to the mic. Probably to the slight side of it, so it would give you a bit of a difference between the ears. And I would just do that. Like, I would bring out the voice that's best defined in one singular line. I may not be your father, but you can call me Daddy. Oh, God. Cause of death is assumed to be strangled. That sounds about right. To be fair, Noxie did look like she wanted to strangle me the other day. With one of the jokes I made. Oh my god, I've told you guys a bit about this, but I fucking love. So I keep doing the bit where, like, when their cat does something completely stupid and they comment on it, I make a joke about, like, was it something owner, something takes after, right? And Noxie has actually just started, in response to him doing, like, their cat doing something completely stupid, looking me dead in the eyes and saying it back at me before I get the chance. Like, actually saying something owner, something takes after. And I'm like, I have trained you well. Like, my jaw dropped, was it yesterday or the day before when she did it to me? And she just looks at me and just goes, something, tenant, something. And I just was like, oh no. So yeah, that's a fun one. I did know Ollie did do it because she lost a bet. I mean, tell you what, right? Do we want to, like, at some point in the future, do, like, a, like, a subathon sort of energy, and we'll have, like, a bunch of checkpoints, and we could even make one of them that I have to, like, shave my beard. Shave my beard, we could have, like, do an ASMR thing, and, like, most of this would be for, like, a charity thing, probably. I want to do that. I really do. I've said this before. The problem is I want the PC. You know what she did for her ASMR? How? I don't, now that I think about it. I remember you saying that you were doing it to her or something. Yeah, no, I keep doing it, and she's now started picking up on it, and she's doing it herself, and I'm like, yay. Hey, why not? I mean, that's the benefit I have, I guess, is like, outside of she read a fucking IKEA manual. Oh my god, that's amazing. Wait, that's what I will do. I will do something equally as dumb. Wait, that sounds amazing. Wait, no, that actually sounds amazing. Can I... Oh, what could I do? What could I do? Oh my god, I could write up a thing for one of my, like, because you've got, like, the, introductory thing to explain, like, how to use a deck in Magic. I could read the rules of Magic in an ASMR. Wait, this actually sounds really funny. Wait, this actually sounds like a funny bit. Oh no, don't tempt me further. No. Oh no. I was really happy she was going to do an ASMR because I really liked her normal talking voice, and then she reads a fucking IKEA manual. That's actually incredible, though. Mad respect for Ollie, just, like, actually being Ollie for every moment of her life. "37-hour stream in 3 parts, just mouth reading the rules very slowly in a deep voice." That's so good. Dude, I think that's the best part. If I was to sit down and do, like, a marathon stream, you realize, like, I'm now in a situation where I could just sleep on my bed and still stream. We've already proven I could set up a camera to look at me while I'm sleeping. So you fucking perverts can watch me sleep. We can do this. I said before, though, one of the biggest what was it? At minimum, I know I'm doing at least a 24-hour stream after we get fully monetized on all the channels. Or at least I'll monetize on YouTube. And then I remember saying as well I was going to do a hell of a long stream once I finish doing the PC upgrade. Those are the two that I know I've promised her. Which, by the way, the YouTube one's coming along pretty well. At this point in time, it's just subscriber numbers, which was kind of surprising to me. Let me buy 11 balls of lube and some high-quality toilet paper. Hell yeah! The best way. Oh no, Mama Creek is under the weather though. What would we do for like a long stream though? If I was to do another like subathon or marathon-esque stream, what would we want to see in it? Because last time we played like a bunch of random games, continued with some games we've kind of had backlogged. And then just some dev stream stuff, if I recall correctly. Oh, yeah, we also did some magic stuff during it. But that was because, like, yeah, that was not surprising. What would I do this time? I feel like musume would be pretty prevalent in it. Because it would just, like, do a lot of that. Probably some dev work as well. But I think if I was to do a marathon stream, I I don't think I'd want to play like any of my standard games during it, because I feel that was something I look back at and I don't quite like. Is that, like, in a sense, there's part of some of the games that I was playing that's now lost in amongst all of that content. So if you were wanting to watch that series but didn't want to watch the marathons, then you'd have a harder time with it. If I had someone to talk about specific things like what Devil did, might be an idea. Yeah, actually. Writing something about people talking to her and not being able to go to heaven, and there's some guy out there. Oh no. Dude, who the fuck writes shit like that? What the hell? Now no one goes! I kinda love that. I mean, one of my favorite ones I saw for that sort of energy was, like, I think it was a Reddit thing. Because it was just a snapshot of a Reddit piece where it's like, where is the weirdest place that you've ever jacked off? And it's just someone responds, right, look behind you. Remember the visual novel with the real horses? Make a short story live? Oh my god, that would actually be great. Wait, no, that's what we could do, actually. Real talk. Like, we could do on stream, like, basically from the ground up quick development cycle of a game. I'd need to have, like, the assets done for it prior, but, like, I could do that. We make, like, a really short game that would probably play, like, at most an hour. That's just, like, a funny, dumb bit. I could see doing that. I could see doing that. Speedrunning game div? Hell yeah. Having to learn an entirely new engine and, like, basically make a game in the space of 10 hours. Fucking true, like, crunch time energy. Honestly, I would be more than down for that. You have no idea how much I'd be like, yep, we could do that. I just need the fucking dumbass horse images for it. Technically, RPG Maker is easy to use. Technically. Technically. I mean, it depends what I want to do, because, like, there's also an argument I could just, like... It's gonna look like horse artist no furry. Oh, I am only laughing so hard because that's so fucking true. That's... Oh, that's actually so sad. That's so good. It's so true. It really is. It's so true. It's like, no, I actually just want you to draw a real horse. It's like, oh, horse girl. Like, no, you're misunderstanding. I mean an actual horse. Oh, okay. Huh. The thing that you can't go without no furry in this day and age and search for animal art. Yeah. When I'm just looking up for... I mean, one of the biggest things, and I saw this as a very valid complaint recently, is, like, Pinterest is just completely fucked, right? is someone was talking about this. I saw this from like, I can't remember what talk show host, but they showed a clip of a girl talking about like how she was looking for images of gardens on Pinterest for ideas for her own garden, and the problem was like 80% of the images there were AI. And I'm like, I actually hate that. I truly believe Pinterest would survive so much better if it enforced either no AI on the platform or tagging it as AI and ways to filter not using AI. Ironically enough, that would also help AI out, or like unjokingly, because then they would stop having AI eating AI to like use it and then progressively degrade the fucking imagery. I used to really like Pinterest, by the way. I really did. I used to think it was a great platform for like getting a lot of inspiration from. But now it is just like so chock full of such dog shit art from AI. I can't. Yeah. I hate how much that upsets me still. I've talked about the... Oh, actually, one thing I do want to talk about on that. So, I think it's, was it Markiplier? Came out and talked about AI recently? I think it was him that talked about it recently, and it's like caused a lot of discussion where it's like, again, he explains it kind of similar to how I see it, which is the usage of AI in certain circumstances is fine, as it's a tool, right? And the reason this even comes up is because when I went to my doctor's yesterday, my doctor actually, my doctor was like, one of the first things he said is like, hey, I'm using AI to help with my notes. Is that okay? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That makes a lot of sense. We're talking about a system that's probably plugged directly into medical stuff so it can help gauge things as well along with the doctor. It's basically equivalent to a somewhat assistant, right? In that case. I see no issue with that because it still has a human that's determining whether or not to listen to this. It is an assisting aspect. It's a tool to be used. I think that's phenomenal. And I think that is what, like, we need to recognize with a lot of this stuff. It's not good to try and replace things with things. It's never worked. In all of the history of humanity, we have never successfully found a way to truly replace things. We just move at a different angle. And sometimes those things end up worse. It was AI company? No, wasn't that, fucking Mr. Beast or whatever? Or am I misunderstanding a lot of the things going on? Which he had to pull that shit down. Because, my god, it was a stupid fucking idea. Where it was like AI generating your thumbnails or whatever the fuck it was. Which goes like in complete contrast to like some of the shit that he said in the past. And felt one of the most cash grabby things he's done in a very long time. That's saying a lot. I could not respect that action. AI as a tool, good. AI as a replacement, bad. Yeah. And I think that's what, like, any sane person would agree to. Right? Like, I don't... Anyone that tries to argue with me against that kind of philosophy... Typically, it's arguing at the fact that, like, oh, but AI replacing this wouldn't be bad. It's like, no. No, I don't know if I'm gonna agree with your argument very quickly because you're AI can't truly replace things. It can very quickly speed up things. No, Markiplier is in a company/association called Real Good AI. Check it out when you can. You'll understand what it's about. Okay. Let me have a look. So it's Real Good AI, right? Real Good AI. Company. Is that what it is? Whose mission is to provide AI support to organizations doing good while improving AI methodology for humanity. Okay. I'm assuming this is what it is here. So we work toward, it's part of the future, we might as well make sure it's real good. We use our expertise in research, data science, and non-profits to support partners to advance the great work that they've already been doing. Learn about our mission, people, and okay. So let's have a look. I'm curious about this now. Let's see. With your support, we can try and make changes. We choose the name Real Good AI for 3 reasons. The future needs AI that can be empowered without doing damage. We need AI that is real and that it is reliable and interpretable with knowledge of what it does and does not know. That's already selling me a lot. We need AI that uses its powers for good. AI should be used as a tool that enhances the lives and creativity of humans. Research is a serious business, but doesn't mean we can't have some fun while we do it. We hope you move, thing. Damn, that's a 25% chance. I can't take that risk. I need to do a rest. Okay, wait. We're all about advancing the world using the power of AI for good. We assist our non-profit partners free of charge so they can focus on their missions to work towards a brighter future without being motivated by profit. We have the experience and credentials to help solve difficult AI problems with fundamental research that works to illuminate AI's black box. We strive to make sure everyone can get in on new technology in a positive and productive way, and with practical advice on AI safety, privacy, and helpful information on emerging tools. We are not building an AI model, just shaking up the usual research game, encouraging diverse ideas, and most importantly, having a blast while making sure the future AI is, well, real good. Real Good AI is founded by scientists and creators to celebrate science and computing in a way that protects and emboldens creativity. At our core, we value the human spirit and the creations that come from it. We seek AI as a tool that can help the remedial tasks and not a replacement for things that make us human. We're here doing real science and doing real good thing. Okay. I mean, at least on the surface level, this looks good. Like, on surface level, I see no issues with this. In fact, I think this is great. Because this is pretty much kind of, at least in a sense, an echoing of the message I like to put out with AI, which is that AI itself isn't bad. It's how it's used can potentially be the thing that's problematic. And this looks like a initiative effort to make, like an initiative that's making an effort to do exactly that, is inform improper usage of certain things. So it's not jeopardizing, people, it's empowering. And that's exactly what I should see from this stuff. So, yeah, no, awesome, cool. I again, if that is what they stick to, and they manage to succeed with that, I'm happy. I am phrasing it in those ways because while I'm not saying that this will happen, I'm also not someone that is, like, so willing to believe people perfectly that, like, this is 100% going to result in the way that we want. Just looking at VTuber is a great example of recent times how a company can appear in every way to be something and can be something else underneath. So I will always move with the side of skepticism. But at least on the surface level, I agree with that. And from the sounds of it, again, if Markiplier is one of the members of it, and he's advocating the way that I've seen him advocate, again, I'm for this. I have seen a lot of improper quoting of what he said, though. Because a lot of people have tried to quote it as him saying AI is good, is at whole good, which it's not. And that's not what I saw him saying at all. That's why I hate media outlets sometimes. Because they always make an effort to dramatize and find a way to get people to click on their thing, right? But no, that seemed pretty good. My props to making the effort for that. Clips and haters can't name a more iconic duo, yeah, sadly. Can I just stress how much I'm, like, so tired of a lot of that shit now? Like, shit taking stuff out of context on the internet and just to further your own agenda, or just to hate on people for the sake of hatred is so done at this point. Like, it's so tiresome. I don't want to fucking go onto each day, go online and see just someone hating someone. Like, can't we just be nicer to each other? Hey, Sarah, how's it going? How's it going on my end? A little ill at the moment, but perfectly fine otherwise. I don't know. I mean, I also know I sit in, like, camps with a lot of that sort of stuff where it would get me a lot of negativity towards me for, things. X literally made it its business model. I hate that kind of isn't probably inaccurate. Like, if we look at the changes made to Twitter in the last few years under the banner of getting turned into X and stuff, we've seen, like, oh, well, we're not gonna, like, freedom of voice and opinion has increased somewhat, but also so has, like, toxicity. And I think there's a point in time where you have to make an acknowledgement of what is better to do. And I think that's kind of my problem with a lot of those models. It's like there's a fine line between, like, just allowing toxicity and hatred to spread and not having ways for people to fight against it as well, but also allowing for the room of freedom of speech. I just don't think the internet's a place where you can allow for freedom of speech as openly as people think that it should be. Because the problem is that you don't... So in the actual, like, human rights documentation and stuff like that, and this is where I get to point out I have done study in this, it's typically you take all of the context that's in there and it's this is the case up until it affects someone else, right? Like, your freedom of speech up until you would affect another person with this, in, like, an actively negative way. The imagery we always use for it was, it's like you're allowed to swing your fists around you as much as you want up until it would hit someone. cool to hear, Sarah. Not interested. But thank you. But like, so that's how you kind of do that with this sort of stuff.
今日は何をしましょうか。
So that's the mistake a lot of people have when it comes to the concept of freedom of speech. So you are allowed it up until it is this. And that's the problem, is online doesn't have a capacity to limit that unless you regulate it. And then once you regulate it, you now stop having a lot of the freedom of speech that might be what people are used to or wanting. Subscription makes you money if you post, has lots of engagement. It's pretty much that. Of course, it's to encourage click and rage baiting. Yeah. No, again, like, you're not wrong. I can't actually find a disagreement there with that sentiment. And that upsets me to no end, that I can't, like, fault that argument. Because I should not be agreeing with that. Because I think that is one of the most heinous things you can do. But it is what it is.
トレーニング始めましょうか。
So yeah, I'd like to see. Again, that's the problem with individuals like what you have in charge. There is how frequently they will find a way to make an argument and say, no, it's freedom of this and freedom. It's like, yeah, but that's, yeah. I'd like to be wrong on it too. Yeah, no, again, it's, I mean, welcome to like the large-scale corporation stuff, right? And I don't want to go into that subject too heavily, by the way, because that starts getting into a whole problem. But like, it's what we've kind of come to expect, sadly, in a lot of regards, and it's not good that we're getting more used to these things. It's like, oh, that's just big corpo being big corpo. It's like, I don't think we should be thinking that way. I think we should be going, hey, stop fucking violating human rights. Maybe. I don't know, it's just a thought. Look, I mean, I'm always someone that's gonna sit on the level of like, I mean, okay, you wanna hear my like big wild take thingy that I know people hate for, but I believe there should be universal income. I believe everyone should have a universal income that means that they can live without jeopardizing their morals. And they can live adequately. However, I also think that in response to this, jobs should pay significantly fucking less. Why do I say this? This means that the job market, the economy doesn't get fucking destroyed. And it means that jobs can pay significantly less, which means that they can charge significantly less if they must. And it compensates. And it means that you do still work, and it means working means you get more thing. Right? Like, that's how I see the matter. However, I know there's a lot more complicated aspects to that, and I know a lot of, and I agree with a lot of the valid arguments against it. There's a reason why I'm not advocating for it right now. I'm sharing my thought on it. Because a world with a lot less stress in it produces a lot more things. Like, when we're talking day-to-day stress. Let human desire motivate a lot more things, because then we push boundaries in other ways as well. I could spiral down into these talks for hours and don't want to bring your stream in that direction. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I'm just lightly grazing this topic to just kind of give an indication of, like, there are topics that everyone has that they stand very firmly on, but they also don't always talk about because they know that it's just problematic. That's one for me. There's more than just that, though. And that'll always be the case. And like, again, I know my bias and stuff informs this. I mean, I have the bias that, like, I like the idea of being able to choose my own actions that I do. I stand by. We're in the entertainment era of humanity, not the information era anymore. There's a reason why, like, the largest portions of the economy are focused around entertainment. Hell, entertainment industry rivals military. That should tell you a lot. But I'm also someone that inherently likes the idea of allowing people to be as creative as possible, right? But we'll put an end to that conversation somewhat now, because, again, it is a spiraling conversation that you'll never get a good answer out of it. Year 2 has begun. Nice. Also, I'm reminded that I haven't had breakfast. God damn it. What's y'all's favorite breakfast? If you were to pick something that you would have for breakfast, and you're like, I want that the most, what would it be? I'm curious. Because, like, after watching a lot more anime, again, I'm getting to see a lot more, like, the Japanese meals, and I'm reminded of, like, what I learned to cook and stuff. Do you usually have breakfast before stream? Yes, I try and have breakfast before stream. So I don't get hungry during stream and then end up with the end of the stream being me hangry a little bit. But, you know, didn't happen. Then I don't have any food on hand, so I couldn't eat anything. As a soft reminder, normally this is the day I get paid and I go do grocery shopping. And that's why I tend not to stream on this day. But, again, other things have been complicated as of recent, so this isn't the first time I've gone without food before stream. In recent, like, the last month. I've done it a lot recently, which is not good. Because keep in mind, so, like, I wake up at, like, 4 a.m. And right now it's, like, 9:30 a.m. So it's been, like, 4 or 5 hours of me being awake. That's a long time to have not eaten anything. I'll kind of do this. Someone doesn't eat breakfast until like 2 p.m., 7 p.m. I mean, the only reason I eat breakfast... Wait, did I fucking fail? Ah! 5% chance to fail. God damn it. The only reason I, like, eat breakfast before stream is because, yeah, again, like, I can stream for 4 or 5 hours, and then I need, like, a half an hour to an hour after that to, like, get ready. I'm also much more of a morning person than I am an afternoon person. I'm used to milk with cereal, but I'm fine with oatmeals or porridge too. I'm not gonna lie, porridge is not a bad one. I like me some of that. Pancakes with syrup, but I'm lazy as fuck. I mean, I still stand by. I'm of that, like, a category of people that gets angry at the idea of pancakes for breakfast because it's a fucking dessert. But, like, I also know the charm of it. I've had it myself many a times. I mean, pancakes are very easy to make, all things considered, right? And they're also I swear to God, this girl. I swear to God. What's my usual breakfast? It's whatever I've got as leftovers normally. Or, and get ready for this, when I have the money to, I will just buy a pack of, like, meat pies. And I'm calling them meat pies because I know fucking some people don't recognize as, like, the small pies. Like, when I say pie, I mean meat pie, sort of thing, right? And I'm talking about ones that are about the size of your fist. I will grab 2 of those and I toss that into the microwave, nuke that, and eat that for my breakfast. And I'm still, like, very hungry for the rest of the day. I eat a lot of food. I have a very fast metabolism for my age. And I just burn through shit for some fucking reason. Literally a night owl, but my parents think it's weird, so I ended up just skipping sleep a lot because I have to wake up around the time they wake up, but I also can't sleep at night. I mean, that's the difficulty of living at home. I'll say that now is like while you're under your parents' roof, you do kind of have to abide by their rules. But like, I agree. Like I was fairly night owlish when I was younger, and it meant that I would barely sleep. Nowadays, I'm a lot more of a morning person because I had to do that for work for so long. Like, someone had to be awake enough in the morning to do everything, so I just started getting better at waking up in the morning. Without any, like, stimulation of any kind, like with coffee or anything. I just got good at doing that. I think my optimal time is normally, in my experience, if I'm having, like, a normal sleep-in till, like, 6, maybe. Like, I tend to kind of sit in the category of, like, maybe, like, 9 or 10 a.m. is when I'm, like, the most optimal, and I start to taper off by about noon. So, like, when I was doing my degree, I would get all my work done in that time frame. And I would be, like, stellar for it. Then the afternoon, I tend to days off a lot. Or doze off words. Good lord. There's scientific research in providing waking up early screws up night owls, but parents don't... Well, I mean, like, that comes into that argument. Parents don't recognize a lot of things. Because, like... I lived in the household that's like, you clear your fucking plate, right? And that's now made me have a hard time with food, because like, if there's food in front of me, I must eat it. I must finish this. I was a lot pickier of an eater when I was younger. There was some foods like I actually wanted to throw up while eating, and I had to shove that down my throat unless I would get a wooden spoon. And that fucked me up a lot. It's why I tended not to eat. I actually think, if I go back to my younger self, I didn't eat all that much, by all things comparison. And I think that was because I would try and leave my stomach as empty as possible for when I would get given dinner, because I had to finish dinner. But then, like, as I got older, I started eating more and more. So, and then I had that mentality, so I would eat larger amounts, so my body maybe just compensated for that. It's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, like, I used to fucking live off, like, barely a couple of hours of sleep a week, for a long portion of time. I just can't do that anymore. Like... If I take 1 or 2 late nights back to back, I'm fucked up for a week. And that's kind of why, like, I have dreaded thoughts of doing, like, a subathon marathon sort of streams again. Because I know that shit fucks me up something fierce afterwards. But I also think that they're just so much fun. I mean, it's also, like, how much fun it must be for y'all being able to put in, like, money to make me suffer more. That just sounds fun. The joys of not being old. Yeah, no, 100%, right? Like, once you start getting to, like, mid-20s onwards, you just start having this decline of how much you can do this stuff, unless you actively work at having a very healthy lifestyle. That means that you can get away with a lot of that stuff still. Or, your body just gets ready for it and works for it forever. I didn't have that. My body fell apart, sadly. And it's currently held together with dreams and gum. But yeah. It is what it is, though. But yeah, like, there's all sorts of, like, really good research around, like, how often parents will take a certain philosophy that they've been given, for many, many years as their own childhood, and it's like, no, that's actually, like, actively bad. Like, there is nothing wrong with letting a kid eat until they're full, or, like, eating up until a specific point. And then, like, letting them stop there. It also teaches them regulation, because they'll learn, oh, you know what? I'm really hungry already. Maybe I should eat more. And it's also, there's a lot of effort as a parent to try and find ways of eating foods that they might not like the taste of, but finding ways to make them enjoyable. Again, like having your vegetables and stuff like that. I remember the misery I had for, like, some of my vegetables. I did not like beans when I was younger at all. I couldn't stand them. I like them now, but, like, I could not stand them. Or leafy ones, like lettuce and cabbage. I could not handle. Now I have, like, nothing wrong with them, especially if they're in a burger. Oh, tomato! Tomato is one of the big ones. I couldn't fucking stand tomato. I would suffer miserably if I tried to have tomato. I would want to throw up immediately. Now I fucking eat that shit happily. And I'm talking specifically, like, non-sweetened tomato stuff. So, like, tomato sauce, I was fine with. But, like, tomato paste, tomato from a can, or, like, actual just tomato, nah, I couldn't. Ever since I remember I ate when I wanted to eat, and whenever I wanted to eat, I just go to the kitchen, grab whatever. Never really had a family dinner. I'll be hesitant on how I phrase this, because this is starting to get back into the territory of stuff I don't think we need to talk about from my end. But, like, I had a fairly absent mother. So the vast majority of food I ate when I was younger was just fucking fish and chips thrown at me. Or, like, food that I made eventually, once I was old enough to start cooking. I would cook a lot. And if I wasn't wanting to cook, then it was takeaways. And I didn't like doing dishes, so that's why, like, I learned just quickly how to wash a dish that I needed to use for cooking off the pile of dishes on the side of the bench. Which was not good. There's a bird being fed worms. Dude, I fucking wish. Would have been probably better if that was the case. But no, I had family dinners, and that's why when, like, I was a lot older and, like, when I was with my ex, for example, since I was feeding everyone in the household, like I was making dinner for everyone, I made a very large effort that it's like, no, if you're coming to have this dinner, you come to the fucking lounge and we all sit down and we watch something. And we have dinner together. Which is why I got really pissed off the amount of times that I would put something on and they would, like, not enjoy it and not tell me. And can I stress how much that shit pisses me off? And then they'd just go like, okay, well, I'm bored, so I'll go leave. And I'm just like, well, we're not done yet. And it's like, well, I'm not enjoying this. Like, okay, well, you could have told me that fucking half an hour ago. And then I could have fucking changed what we were watching. You utter bitch. You can tell that there's a bit of repressed irritation from that, huh? I don't know if Super Creek's gonna do well in this race, because I think she's currently stuck at the back. And she doesn't have any, like, accelerations. She's just got stamina. Yeah, no, she's gonna come last place. Damn, that's actually foul. Make worms look tasty in the Lion King, hell yeah. Which means I need to do another race after this. Fuck this game sometimes. God damn it, Creek, you can do this. Stop fuck. Ah! It used to be like that, and during stuff I don't like, I gradually got to the hey, that's not okay, and started voicing my opinion no matter how brutal, honest, or cursed it is. Yeah. I'm definitely a lot more like that now. I'm a little... okay, so one of the things, again, taught to me when I was younger, was... Okay, you're about to see one of the most toxic things that got drilled into me, and also fucked up my relationship, and something is now kind of... I've tried to get rid of. Compromise means you giving up. I was taught that if I was in a situation that wasn't working and compromise could be available, compromise was it's concede. Let the other person be fully right. Because I'm just wrong. And that has led to me struggling to voice my opinion for a lot of my life. In some areas, I got better and better at it, and I could, like, get around that. But that was one of the biggest fucking traits that's fucked me up. Yeah, no, my mother would tell you that was a great thing for me to keep doing. Actually foul. Yeah, so that was one of the big fuck-ups for me for a long time. And... like, again, I've learned... I appreciate Noxie for this is a really big deal, is like, the amount of times something's been brought up and I'm like, cool, well, it's your place. So I don't get a say in it. What a well-behaved kid, right? Yeah, that, exactly. But, like, I'll be in situations where something's getting said and I'm just like, yep, cool. It's like, do you have anything to say to it? No, it's your house. It's like, you live here too. Was one of the weirdest things for me, being told. Is like, I don't know how to handle that still. I do not know how to get allowed middle ground. I was the good boy / girl syndrome. Yeah, it's such a fucking horrendous thing when you see it in like shows. I didn't realize how bad it was on the inside until I'm much older and I recognized that this was something that was being done to me. Like, it wasn't quite shut up and do what you're told, but it was basically that by manipulation. And that's something I cannot condone for people. Like, do your best to listen to other people and try and find a middle ground where you're like, no, we can be happy here. And yeah, look at me now on streams. I'm super fucking opinionated. I'm like very stern on a lot of my things. And that's like the rebounding effect, basically, of that situation. Where like now I'm not getting fucking treated like shit for that. I actually voice my own opinions now. I also appreciate, like, that's one of the biggest things with the cats for Noxie and Snakers, right? Is that they actively come to me when it comes to cat-related things. Like, they'll go like, hey, what's your opinion on this thing? How should we proceed? And I'm like, here's all the stuff that I know. And they're like, cool, we'll do that, because we actually just agree with that. That's awesome. And then sometimes they're like, could this work? And I'm like, okay, well, we could go through this and like go through the idea, and this is what my opinion is of that. And they're like, cool, that's informed us. And I love that. I cannot stress how much the end of days being treated like a human being that's on an equal playing field of negotiation is so rewarding to me. And I hate that I can say that, because it should not be. You should not feel rewarded for being treated at the bare minimum. Good thing old male has learned a lot, so much better. Yeah. It's, again, it's the older you get, the more fucking jaded and everything you get, and you're more, like, willing to voice certain things. Because, yeah, like, I had a notoriously bad habit, throughout most of my life, that I would basically keep bottling shit up, and I would just have that one thing that went over, like, break the straw that broke the camel's back. I would flip the fuck out, and people would see that situation and go like, I'm an awful person. You're not allowed to be angry either, which is something that's wild to me. Like, you're not allowed to basically feel feelings. If someone ever tells you that, by the way, tell them to go fuck themselves. I say that with utmost, like, feeling on that. Genuinely, that was one of the things that fucked me up the most as well for the longest time, is I'm not allowed to feel angry. So no, you're allowed to feel angry. Feel angry is good. Feeling angry is amazing, because you know what happens from that? You learn how to process feeling angry. And then because you're learning how to process that, you get better at processing it, and that means you're less likely to do things. Being angry is fine. Being violent is the problem. And that was the issue I had, is I was basically taught there is no distinguish between those two. And that's why for a long time, and I still do this, I use the wording upset. It's like, oh, I'm upset by this. It's like, no, that's me being actually quite angry sometimes. But I can't say angry because angry bad. How dare I feel angry? How dare I feel a natural human emotion? To be fair, I want to stress, I was a very violent person when I was very young. And they got me in a lot of trouble. I'm not that person anymore. I honestly, I couldn't hurt fucking kitten if you, like, tried. You'd have to push me very far to get me to actually do something. Doesn't mean that I haven't hurt people, though, by accident. I always try and apologize for that. I just, yeah. I feel like I was a very violent kid. I just trash on other kids for very dumb reasons. I think I was told this, story at some point. Yeah. Like, it's a hard one as well, because, like, and I say this after saying this myself a lot, but, like, you'll always be your worst critic, right? So you're probably not as bad as you thought you were. Like, me, when I say violent, I mean, like, physically violent. I would actually get into fights regularly, and it was for no real discernible reasons. I have been injured many different ways, in ways that I shouldn't be, purely because I did dumb things. And I look back at that, and I can see what I did wrong, and go, no, I was wrong. And I try and make an effort to not do that again. One of the things I've learned to try and do... I'm so bad at this, by the way. But it's like, when I'm starting to get irritated and upset, is to just go, no, you know what? I'm gonna walk the fuck away. I had a day recently where something happened, and... Now, keep in mind, I want this stressed. I'm normally fine with this sort of humor and joking. I just wasn't this one time, right? Because I hadn't eaten that day, so I was hangry. I had a lot of things going on. But, like, I tripped over something. Snake has made a joke at it, and he kept going with the jokes for a little while. And we normally, again, we bounce back on these things sometimes. And we have a bit of humor. I actually got really, really frustrated with it. I got to a very close point where I'm like, oh no, I'm actually about to get upset. I need to leave. I need to walk away right now, because I'm gonna push over an edge. And that is not acceptable. And that's something that I appreciate. I'm able to recognize that better and better now. Because there is, one of the things growing up teaches you is how much bullshit you can put up with, and when you've had too much bullshit you've dealt with. And it's how to deal with those transitional points, where it's like, this is now too much bullshit for me. I need to leave. I need to do this. I need to do that. How you handle that shows a lot about who you are. Again, for me, I try and take going like I need to leave. I tend to just go, I need to just not be here so I can go do something else and just relax for a bit. I like walks for that reason. It gives me time to process my feelings and thoughts and get through them, so I can be angry for a bit, and then I can get through that anger, and then I'm now calm and collected again. It's like the idea of, like, slamming your fist on your desk is one of the things that, like, I was told for so long was super bad to do. I still do it from time to time when I'm frustrated. I'm just like, damn. As a way to, like, let out frustration. And there's not anything per se wrong with that. It's just, again, how you direct it and all that. Because, like, one of the times for this that was very famous in recent years was with my first degree. They fucked up near the end. So what happened was I was basically told I had a new essential course I needed to take, which was not possible for me to take within the scope of my degree. That meant that I would basically live half a year not able to eat. If I, an entire year unable to eat and had to spend half a year longer to finish my degree. So I got really fucking upset with that one. So what I express, and this is how I think, is I was in the process of fist coming down and slamming into the desk. I had already thought of all of the plans of actions I needed to do to fix this. like, I knew who I needed to contact, I knew what I needed to reach out to, and I knew my backup plans for what I needed to do. I was already sorting some of that stuff out in that, like, half a second of time with my fist coming down. And then I went and walked around the house grumpily for a little bit, and this is when, like, everyone came up to me and was like, hey, you need to calm down, or this is, I'm like, I just need to feel, like, annoyed and upset right now. Because I've already got my plans done. And that was the other problem as well, is I had my head tenant coming in and going like, oh, well, have you done this, or have you done that? So, no, not yet, and you doing that is making me more annoyed. Because sometimes I don't need to hear solutions, I need to be allowed to be annoyed. I need to allowed to be angry. I need a human being that's acting like a brick wall that responds with, yeah, that does suck. Yeah, no, that sucks. Like, sometimes that's what you need. And it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Venting isn't per se a bad thing unless it's done in ad nauseam. And that's probably a really bad sign if you're doing it too often. That's why I say, like, walks are really good for me, because it means that I can just think about that feeling and go through that feeling. Preferably a walk in a non-public area, like, or a non-urban area. Like something like bush, for example, or a beach, or a river. It's a really good one. And that's what I did a lot at the last place. I've not been doing it as much here, but that's because I'm naturally quite isolated where I'm in my environment, so I can, like, kind of open up my doors and just sit there for a bit and think. I should probably go on more walks, because walks do me a lot of good. Like, they do me a lot of good. It's just, it's not really many places nearby that feel great to walk at. Most of the walking places that I would enjoy are a little too far away to justify walking to themselves. Which is problematic, but hey. The people coming up with solutions, like, sometimes you just don't want to say an excuse and hope they just leave the situation, or you just you explain so you're yeah, like, again, this is why I want to stress, I get those people, I've been those people, we've all been that person where we're like offering suggestions and help and trying to be like, no, I want to help you. It's like, I don't need help right now, I need to feel, I need to be upset, and that's fine. Oh, hey yo, how's it going? You came in on like a discussion about how it's okay to feel feelings. Good times. We've gotten real deep into the discussion with that, even though we've got horse girls in the background. At the finest times. Speaking of which, I am still very hungry. I need to figure that out. Gotta get a better answer at, like, having food around. But yes, hello Raiders, how's it going? Hope you had a good time, and hope you get the opportunity to have a bit of rest and maybe drink some water. That might be a good shout. Only feeling allowed is being fluffy. You know, that's fair. Always be fluffy. Just varying degrees of fluffy. Is it like long hair fluffiness? Is it short hair fluffiness? You never know, right? You never know. Consume more water to forget about being hungry. Ugh. If only that's how it worked, didn't it? I remember the days of going like, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna have like 3 glasses of water to try and compensate. Oh my god, I remember as a kid doing that, and it's just like, why am I just now bloated and hungry feeling? The amount of times that I would do that. And I'm like, why am I not learning from my own stupidity? Like, young Malith was a dumbass. I want to stress this. There's a reason why we deal with old man Malith now and not young Malith, because young Malith was stupid. He was not the brightest bulb of the lot. But everyone did that. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Hey, I still remember one of my... Okay, can I say... While I don't like sugary things, right? I want to stress this. I do not like sugary things. There is a form of food that still sits, like, rent-free in my head, and it shouldn't. And this is a form of food I don't know if other countries have similar. I know some do, but it's called fairy bread, right? And now this fairy bread is not good at all. I hate white bread, right? Like actual white bread. But what this was you took white bread, you took like margarine, like a table spread, you put that over it thoroughly, and then you get hundreds of thousands, which is kind of like a topping of color, like basically tiny little colored candies, and you would sprinkle that over it, and you would just give it a coating. And like, this stuff was disgusting, but like, my god, it is one of those things that if you went to like a kid's birthday party and they didn't serve this, you had the full right to like yell at the parents. Fairy bread always confused me. It's so bad, but so good. So I stand by. It's something that still lives very much rent-free in my head. I've never seen fairy bread in Poland anywhere. Oh yeah, no, again, I know it's, I know for a fact that it's fairly New Zealand. Like, it's a very New Zealand thing that it has to be at a child's birthday party. To be fair, I haven't gone to a child's birthday party in yonks. So, like, maybe it's not a thing anymore. But, like, you go back, like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was at every birthday party. And we're baking fairies into bread now? No, 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 no. We're not baking fairies, no. To be fair, weren't you chasing fairies that other time I was watching Terraria? How'd that go? That was the something of the light, if I remember correctly. Never been to a child's birthday party anyway, so maybe that's part of it. That's true. I was invited to a lot, and I had a lot when I was younger. It was fairly good. God damn. God damn it. Oh, I love it. I love that joke. I shouldn't love that joke as much as I do. But have you ever had fairy bread? Yo. And if you don't know what it is, I'm happy to re-explain it, because it is a bit of a weird one. And it's probably called other things in other places as well. And that's the other problem. What is fairy bread? So, typically, it's like you get a slice of white bread, you put like a margarine spread on it, and then you take like a thing of hundreds and thousands is what we call them, is like tiny little color candies, that you normally use to sprinkle over the top of like ice cream or something, and you sprinkle that over it, have a full coating on one side, and that's fairy bread. Normally you might cut off the crusts because they kind of suck with that thing, but that's it. It is absolutely disgusting, but like when you're a kid, it is one of the greatest things in the world. Like, let me pull up an image. Here we are. This is what fairy bread is. You can see it's very like Australia, New Zealand, oceanic region. It's super basic to make. Wonder if it has the same power as Buttered Bread Cat. Ooh, let me look that up. What is that? Oh, that, yeah, no, now I know what you were talking about. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have that, sadly. It definitely does not have that. The amount of times I've dropped it in my times. It doesn't work. It's inconsistent as all buggery. It will definitely like to land on the wrong side, though. But yeah, no, fairy bread is one of those things that I cannot describe to people well because its flavor is so bad, but so, like, uniquely bad. But it's, like, kinda nice. Especially if you like sweeter things. And, like, the reason why it's super popular and good is because you only make it out of super cheap things. Like, I could go to the supermarket with a $5 note and make, like, a buttload of this fairy bread. The thermodynamic. Oh, God. But yeah, that's a weird thing. If you want to try, if you've got like some spare white bread around, and by the way, it has to be white bread. You try and do that with like healthy bread, it tastes too healthy, and it makes the whole thing taste bad. Don't ask. You have to have bad food for it. Behold, bread, edible glue, and Skittles. It's basically the kind of energy. I don't know, like, how common hundreds and thousands is, though, in, like, other countries. Because I've been told by many people overseas they don't know what the hell I'm talking about with that. Lightly toasted bread with butter is also... Oh, yeah, no, that's one of the best ways to have bread. Okay. Wild statement here. I am of the category that your toast does not need anything else on it other than like a butter or a margarine. Like, you need a spread on that and that's it. You don't need to actually put like peanut butter on there or jam or honey or anything. No, just toast and butter. And that is everything that you need. That is one of the best combinations bread ever had, in my eyes. I am super firm in that opinion. I have eaten that for months on end without eating like anything else, which, okay, I know there's a health argument there, but like, it was really good. I stand by my thought. Lightly toasted butter and put toast on it. You know, you're not wrong. I mean, yeah, I've done that. Basically. I mean, that's kind of what you do with it in the pan. I guess it's fried, not toasted. True. Have you ever fried bread in a pan with like butter used as the thing. Oh, that comes out so nicely. As long as you're not like soaking it with the butter, obviously. Speaking of butter bread cat, there's a puzzle game exploring that paradox. That's actually kind of amazing. I do like that. That's actually quite good. Deep fried butter toast. I wouldn't call it deep fried. I mean, it's just fried in a pan, right? Like you just quickly fry it in a pan. You're pretty set. Maybe you might put some cheese on it. I don't know, or some beans. Dude, baked beans on toast. I haven't had that in yonks. I kind of want to have that now, actually. Good old toss that in the shallow fry. Yeah, yes, I guess. Yeah. Toss that in the fryer. Like in the oven though. Toast, baked beans, cheese. Good times. I think the last time I was doing stuff like that, I did this weird egg and bacon in the like thing. Light sprinkle of salt. Ooh, I can't agree with that purely because of medical reasons, sadly. I have to be very careful with my salt intake. It sucks. New Zealanders, by the way, we have a lot of salt in our food. We're like actually we're very salty over here. No, like we have an excessive amount of salt on our dishes over here in New Zealand, and that means if I eat out too much, I actually like spike my blood stuff and I get really like it's very bad for me and my heart. I basically have had to cut salt almost completely out of my diet just to like stay healthy, and it's so sad. That is unhealthy, yeah. We should definitely gift you a durable grey chunk of rock salt. Oh, dude, what I would give for Himalayan salt again. I haven't had Himalayan salt in yonks. I love Himalayan salt. Admittedly, I used to add that to probably more dishes than I should have. But like, Himalayan salt. If you're wondering, Himalayan salt's like the pink salt. So good. So good. So good. Became like super popular like 10 years back, if I remember correctly. And it's like in everyone's house. It used to be like you'd have the salt, the pepper, and then the Himalayan salt. And like the salt never got used. You just use the Himalayan salt. It's making me hungry and I need a nap soon. How do you think I feel? I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I still haven't eaten today. What am I doing to myself? I'm making myself actively more hungry. God damn it. I mean, you can have a quick snack before bed though, yo. I don't see a problem with that. Make some quick toast. Oh, you know what's good as well? That's so unhealthy for you? Elephant's breakfast. I know it's known by like several different things, but have you had elephant's breakfast? Elephant's breakfast is you take a bit of like bread, you take like something to cut out the center of it, like a little bit. Like I use like a shot glass or a like an egg holster. You do that, you put that into the pan and you drop an egg into the middle of it and you'll just cook it like that. And you might flip it over and you also put the other piece in. That stuff good. You're saying that salt was what was to one of my friends. For context, he would add milk to everything. Rice with milk, ooh. Noodles with milk, corn with milk. Okay, that's a little acceptable. But ay. No, it's like over here, the problem is it's not that we add salt to everything, it's that we add too much salt when we add salt. Like, when I came back to, like, after having no salt for a few months and I went out to eat, I went to, like, a restaurant and I tried the fries and I'm like, I can only taste the salt right now. I actually need to, like, wipe these off a little bit because this is too much for me. What do you mean corn with milk is acceptable? How? I mean, have you tried, like, literal corn on a cob? Yeah, you can boil it in that and it wouldn't be too bad. Like, definitely if it was off the cob and it was like a sweet corn, I mean, you're basically kind of like halfway there to a nice corn fritter. Or you could do a corn stewing. Like, that's really nice with that. Don't get me wrong, I kind of agree, but there's a reason why I said, like, it's kind of acceptable. Like, I'm stressing that, like, I agree that if it's corn on the cob, and it's just, like, straight up, like, you're dipping that shit in milk, or, like, you're drinking milk with that around, like, that's kind of a bit meh. But, like, I can see where they're maybe what heresy is this? Who am I following? I'll have you know, I had training in cooking and stuff like that. I know how to make good food. We still need to do, like, a cooking stream one time. That would be funny. The amount of work I would have to do to set that up, though, is a nightmare. But, like, I could do that. We could do a cooking stream one time. I think that would be funny. What would we want me to make, though? Because, like, my inherent brain just goes to, like, fried rice. Because that's the main dish I make all the time, every time I can. Also, I just had a communication error. Sure, why not? Good on you, game. Gotta love it. Cooking stream, but you suddenly just collapse and we have to spam Noxy on Discord. Yeah, probably. I'd have to wonder what I would do for cooking stream. Like, it's gotta be something that's interesting and has, like, multi-stages to it, right? Like, I feel like it has to. I don't know. I actually don't know what I would do. Bake a banana lasagna? I'm sorry, what? No. You need to explain yourself, mister. What do you mean by a banana lasagna? We ain't just letting that slide. Explain. I'm currently going through, like, a lot of things in my head and trying to understand. Like, do you mean a lasagna just with banana in it? That sounds a bit much. I just remembered a small streamer doing a cooking stream and typing lasagna, but instead they made banana bread. We'll say, no, guys, it's lasagna, trust. Okay, I was hoping it was something like that. Thank God. Oh, okay, that's actually funny, though. I mean, lasagna with a banana in it. How would I make that work? How do you make tomato and banana work with each other? Like, those flavors that are at such ends with each... Like, if you said pineapple, I could maybe arguably do that. Like, I could probably slot pineapple into lasagna dish. It'd be a bit touch and go at some moments, depending on how it's done. Because that could just mushify. But, like, the banana is going to have no consistency. At all. Like, it would objectively be a mess. But, like, I can see sweetness being in a lasagna. That's why I say, like, pineapple, maybe. But that's already gonna be... Yeah, like, how do you do that? That's what makes it interesting and cursed. Yeah, how would you approach that? You can't do a tomato base, but how do you do a lasagna then without a tomato basing? Like, I could see doing a dessert lasagna like that, right? Like you're doing, like it'd be kind of like dessert pizza at that point, right? Where it's like, it's a pizza, it's dessert pizza, but it's not like an actual pizza. We don't recognize you. You have the name pizza, but we do not recognize you as a pizza. You have a seat on the council, but we do not grant you the title of pizza. Avocado instead of tomato. Avocado and banana. And avocado is that I actually want to throw up in my mouth. No. 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 I'll just bake a fucking pie. I'll bake a pie, or I'll, I'm trying to think what a cool meal would be, though. Like, you gotta do one that you can do showmanship with, is the thing, right? How do you... Is there any random dishes I could do? Oh, I could do some of the dishes I learned in Japan. Like, I can't remember what it's actually called, but it's basically stuffed capsicum. That one's really nice. You take a meat mix that you make together, and you like cut the capsicum up, and you put it, you smush it in there, and you just like cook it finely on the outside, but mainly on the outside stuff. Like, yeah, on the outside of the capsicum, you try and cook it through thoroughly on the inside thing, and it's just like this nice way of having it. It's really, really nice. I personally like it with green capsicum the most, but like I understand some people don't like the bitterness of that. But it comes out really good. It's really good. That with rice, that was one of the first dishes I learned in Japan. And that's when I learned, like, rice cookers are one of the best creations in all of humanity. And that, like, all of the years I'd learned to do it in a pot, I was just mistaken. I was just objectively wrong. Maybe I should make some of that again. I mean, it can fuck up your stomach a little bit if you're not prepared for it, though. That's the problem with capsicum. And, like, especially in, like, large scale. I might ask Noxie and Snakers what they think of capsicum before I make that argument. It's bell peppers, by the way, is, like, the other term, I believe, for them. Do you want cooking stream to be educational or curse for content? I mean, I could try and do both. The problem is, even if I did it curse, it's gonna be educational. You gotta know this about me at this point. I would find a way to make it overly educational. I don't think I can turn that part of my brain off still. I mean, I could do that. I could do, ooh, I might still have that recipe around the place with the, cucumber chips. That one's a nice one. Yeah, we did cucumber chips, where you basically, you bash the cucumber up quite a bit, break it into pieces, and then you, like, you season it and you keep it in the fridge for a little bit, and it just soaks up a lot of that flavor. So you do it with spice primarily. So good. So good for, like, a hot day when you need a cold snack. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, I know what you mean. That's why I'm like, no matter how I do cursed, it will still come out educational. Like, I'd still turn up and go, hey guys, let's cook something today. Today we're gonna do this dish, and this dish we're gonna do this and this with it. So let's get started. We're gonna go through this process of doing it this way, and you're gonna probably watch me, like, wiggling my ass while I'm mushing this stuff together. I don't know. I haven't done a cooking stream before. I've done training for cooking with people. I've not done a stream with it. How would you make that fun for me? I'd probably be explaining most of the things than talking random shit. Yeah, I'll do that. We still somehow learn something about Magic the Gathering during the cooking stream. You'll find a way. And we're gonna make food like this. It's just like that one food token that's produced by this this creature in Magic the Gathering. By the way, there is food tokens in Magic the Gathering. That is a thing. This reminds me of my Ygritte deck that uses food tokens and turns everything into food tokens. I'll find a way. I'll do it again. It's a daily thing. You're getting the daily Magic the Gathering token. Make pot of greed cake. Oh my god, I could though. That wouldn't be hard. Wait, okay, question. If we're doing a pot of greed cake, what cake do we do for that? What do we feel like would be the right way to do that kind of cake? It can't be no, I wouldn't do it as a sponge. It would definitely be like a baked cake, not a dessert cake. I think I would probably do it, ironically enough, I might actually do it as a banana cake. Right, like that wouldn't be a bad one. So join during an MTG rant? Oh, there's been a lot. Oh, Matthew, you should have seen one of the discussions I had earlier about it. That's like the most foul of foul things. I think I talked about this back when, and I think you were around for it. It was like, there was a player that, like, started getting, like, enjoying counterspells and the feeling it gave him. And we made a joke of making a mono blue deck. I thought about it further, and, like, if I was to do that deck, it would have, like, Barl as, like, the commander. And I'm like, oh no, this deck actually just runs, like, 50 counterspells, and nobody gets to have fun, other than you. Should've seen the ASMR part. Oh yeah, my ASMR about countering your fucking spells. I just know that it would work. Yeah, no, 100%, it would work. I'd make it work. Trust me on that one. No, Super Creek, don't fucking sleep deprive you. God damn it. If you get Night Owl, I'm gonna say that now. There's a factory that's got that I can send you to. Use that SpongeBob counterspell. Oh my god, yes. The SpongeBob counterspell, 100% of the time, yeah. I still think that art could have easily been put on a Ristic Study. Convince me that that art on a Ristic Study, and then just, do you pay the one? Is not one of the greatest fucking things you've ever seen in your life. The greatest 3 seconds of your life after the initial pain. Exactly. Dude, like, that barrel deck is literally the deck that just counterspells every action you take, including you scooping. It's like, you counterspelled my thing. Yeah, I'm gonna counterspell that as well. I'm gonna counterspell that. Oh, you're scooping? I'm gonna counterspell that. Get your fucking ass back down. You ain't leaving this table until I told you you're done. And, like, the only way I see that deck winning is by tilting the absolute shit out of your opponents. Having that tar land that means that whenever you cast something, you get a 2/2 Drake. Or, like, you running Laboratory Maniac. And, like, all of those are so easy to stop. But at that same time, how can they stop your effects if you counterspell everything they do? Tried making Thailand Sky Summoner as a commander. It feels like the problem with a lot of those mono blue decks like that, just they feel like you're running either a lot of counter spells, a lot of cantrips, or just actually just actively there to ruin people's days. Like, that's, I think, the problem with every mono blue deck I've looked at. It's like, it's just... Like, I'm upset at the moment, because one of the... So, after I finish the Gisa deck... Oh, Disa, sorry. Deck that I'm working on. I'm probably going to be taking a bit of a break from deck building. And, like, subtly mainly work towards, like, precon upgrade ones again. Mainly trying to get, like, specifically the 2 Warhammer ones I want. There's the Tyranid and the Necron ones. And then getting the Doctor Who ones and getting, like, copies of those so I can make more decks of them. But, like, those are the ones I kind of want to work to later on. But, one of the things I kind of want to do is I kind of want to make a dual commander deck. Like, the companion or partner or something. Because I don't actually have one. I don't actually have a deck that has 2 commanders at the top of it. And the problem is, every deck that I design with that architecture in them, I can't find a fun way to make them. Right? Because, like, one of the ones I was looking at is, you'll probably know which partner I'm talking about. It's the 2 of them that are equal out to Sultai, and one of them's a Demir Whale Wolf. Right? Which is like, I think that one is literally, it's unblockable, and if it is removed from the battlefield, it deals damage equal to its power. And then the other one's like, whenever something would deal damage to a player, it gets +1/+1 counter. Like, I looked at that one and I was like, oh, well, those 2 are cool. I like the design of them a little bit. How would I do a deck with it? And there's just, it's either I do shitty ninjutsu with it, or I do, like, just counterspell counters. And I'm like, I don't like either of the ways that this plays. Like, I just don't. I'm actually really not happy with it. And it's upsetting. Then the other one that I was looking at is the, because I have one of the commanders, which is the partner one that's like, when this deals damage to a player. Yes, that is it. Stalking Shadow, I immediately see that name and I'm like, I know it's those 2. But like, there's one where it's like, when this deals damage to a player, it has Death Touch. When it deals damage to a player, you can cast a artifact from your graveyard. And then there's one of the white partner ones that's like, you have protection, your artifacts, I think, have protection from every CMC amongst the artifacts you control. And I was like, this one wouldn't be too fucking, like, that wouldn't be a fun one. And then I looked at it and I was like, oh, it's cool. You can kind of put together a bit of a jank, sort of like multi-leveling, multi-coloring of things. But, like, the more I looked at it, the more I'm like, this just ends up being, like, a really, really irritating control deck. Where I just turn all of my stuff into artifacts and I just can't be interacted with. And I think that's my problem at the moment with a lot of the partner and like that sort of designs, is I'm just like, I can't find a way to do it that feels fun for both me and the opponents. I can't see a way of making these decks without just being like absolutely bored to death with it, or it just being consistently a problem. That's why I think I might just stick to, like, the Doctor Who one as my, like, dual commander at the top end. The one where it's the second Doctor and Clara, and it's just Deep Sea Clue, but with those in it as the commander. And focusing more on, like, drawing and milling and stuff like that, where it's still probably unfun to play against, but it's, like, not as bad, I guess, in some regards. With Dargo Shipwreck as the partner. Oh, yeah. It's... I don't know. I don't think I've found a partner combo that I'm, like, super happy with at this point still. And I don't know if that's, like, a personal thing where, like, I'm not finding one that I personally like, or if I'm finding ones that are, like, or I'm not looking at them correctly. I think that's the other problem, is it's really hard to gauge partners when you're looking at like one card and then you're looking at another card and you're not looking at the actual combination between the two a lot of the time. And I think again, the other part of it as well is like trying to find a way not to just like basically make a combo in the command slot, right? That's why I looked very fearfully at that one not legal commander card that we've got Secret Laird. That's coming out for Secret Laird, which is like something precious or whatever, and it's like you can select a legendary non-creature artifact as your secondary commander. Like, that one, I'm like, oh no, there is no way I'm allowed to have that, because all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just go like, oh, it's, yeah, it's Demir, I'm pretty sure the color is that commander. It's like, you've got only a handful of options that feel good with that kind of effect, and it's like, do you run the One Ring, and basically just sack your One Ring constantly and abuse the fact that you can recast it pretty much, probably for nothing? Or and have permanent protection from shit? Or do you like have Bolas Citadel and basically be able to play your entire deck in one turn? Do you have was it Excalibur and just have a commander that will one-shot someone? That's I think kind of why I'm like, I don't like looking at that card, because I can't see funny avenues to make funny cards with it, or funny builds that aren't like super excessively like, I'm just gonna win the game combo. So yeah, I think I'm just kind of at a point where I need to like move back to like my origin of getting a precon and slapping precons together and trying to make good decks out of those, because I think that's going to be more fun for me again. I mean, I stand by, one of the decks I'm most excited to like work with is the Tyranids one, because that one has so much room for upgrades, and I love the Tyranids naturally, so it just seems really fun to make. Go Super Creek! Oh god, you're not doing too well, are you? Are you going to at least get like, I think that was 4th? I don't know if that was a win or not. That's the problem. I can't remember what the requirement is. I assume it's probably top 5 based on her reaction. Nope. Okay, so we need, I think, 3rd or higher, so we're gonna have to re-roll this one, at least. Oh boy. I don't know. I really don't know, like, what I want when it comes to the stuff that I'm building in the moment. I think I've got too many decks at the moment as well. That just, like, leaves me in a situation where there's not anything in particular that I'm, like, not got a kind of deck that does something towards that. Like, Landfall, especially once I finish off the Final Fantasy decks, I'm gonna have 2 Landfall decks come out of that, and then I'm gonna have a weird enchantments deck as well. Which, God, I still need to finish those decks at some point. I need so much for doing the one I'm more excited for is the Towns one. But I kind of have to wait until the next reprint cycle for Final Fantasy, because I need to try and get a Jador, and Jador just doesn't exist anywhere cheaply. That's, like, worth me getting a singular card from them. Because I'm trying to remember, let's look. MTG singles. Is there any available at the moment? Nope. There is none on there. I have a grand goal of 73 decks. I mean, the part of my brain is like, I kind of want, like, at least one of each color combination deck. And then at least within that scope as well, still, like, one that kind of does a bit of different mechanics. Like, I don't want to duplicate too much on the same mechanics. So I don't want to have too many, like, mill decks, or too many control decks, or too many landfall decks, or anything like that. Want to know a fun commander that became evil with a card? Which one? But yeah, like, I don't want too many, like, decks that just feel the same. I want to have all of them feel a little different. Miner of the Morning... the Morn Sun. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Players can't draw cards. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player loses 3 lives, searches his or her library for a card, puts it into their hand, then shuffles his or her library. Good lord, I can see that card being really obscene in some ways. Ah, yes. Upkeep. Everyone tutors, but, like, you can abuse the hell out of that. Because you just have, like, the, that one agent. Right? It's an imposition agent? Which it's like, you basically control people searching their decks. And it's like, now you've actually just locked them out of the game and they're losing 3 life, and you can just say, I failed to find. Opposition agent, thank you. Yeah. Opposition agent with that card is like, that's actually just lock them out of the game. And I'm gonna go punch you in the face. That is a foul combination. And before someone asks, yeah, they're in the same color, you could run the Marlin as the commander and the opposite agent in the deck. And just 2 to 4 as well. And you take what you... Yeah, you can fail to find on theirs, but you still get to search. And the best part is that means that you can search for basically answers for what's in their hands right now. And then you just go, cool. I'm gonna, like, stop you from being able to get into the game again. That's actually so foul. And then take thing from the deck. Oh yeah, that as well. That's why I say with opposition agent you could just say fail to find, so they're just stuck there and they're like cool. But then you can also take it, yeah. There's plenty of ways to take it, obviously, with it. I would not be surprised if I look at this card, one of the top synergy cards will be opposition agent. Like, it would be the 61% of decks. Oh no, 61% synergy, 71% of decks. So you just get to play their decks and they have to sit there and do nothing. Oh, do we want to talk about the Soul Stone, by the way? I think we've talked about it before. The Soul Stone is such a... I'm frustrated by that card. I dislike the fact that they're going to be doing this because all this is going to do is they're going to skyrocket the price because it's a mythic as well. It's going to be $100 card and then they're going, and it's going to get more and more expensive, and because they're not going to do bloody reprints of it most likely, it means that unless you bought from a set that's looking like 60% shit, you're not getting that card. So you're going to have to pay even more for it. I hate it. I actually hate it. I love the idea of the Infinity Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones as like a combo thing. I'm not against that. I'm against the rest of it. I'm against what it stands for. That's what I'm against. I also do think that having a 2-mana indestructible mana rock is maybe a little too good, potentially, and then having the upside of basically being an infinite recursion engine at the late stage of the game is a little obscene. Apart from being Marvel, what does Thanos have with Spider-Man? Well, that's the thing. This is only one stone we're getting with the set. We're not getting any of the others. That's the point. We're getting one. This is a long-standing thing they're going to probably milk out with each of the fucking Marvel sets they'll do from this point onwards. That's what's got me upset. Because that means they're not going to reprint them as they go through. They're just going to print one at a time. So it means if you didn't get the one from the previous ones, it's so fucking shitty. Hoping it to be the next One Ring. It's feeling like that. But worse, because it's multi-part. And it's working. Well, yeah, it's the problem is, like, again, it's that argument of, would you run the One Ring in your deck? Does your deck play the game and want to draw cards? Yes, then you're playing the One Ring in your deck if you can afford to. Oh, you can't? Well, guess what? Your deck's significantly worse because of it. That's what this card's gonna be. This card is a printed game changer. You cannot convince me otherwise. If it's not gonna go into game changer, I'm gonna be even more pissed at Wizards. I'm gonna be pissed at them either way because it means that they're printing a fucking card that they can't reprint that's gonna be obscenely broken. And they've done this before and it's fucking irritating. Like, I think they did a really good job, and call me on this if you want, I think they did a good job with the fact that Secret Lair recently had the thing with, you could buy the precons and you could buy upgrades from them, right? And, like, they were stylized versions of the cards. Now, don't get me wrong, one of the upgrades, they did not cost any, it cost way too much. The other one, perfectly fine. Hey, Zara, how's it going? Like, I had no problem with that. I think that's actually great. In fact, I think that's a great opportunity for them to start bringing back old precons with upgrades, and a great way to do it. Don't worry, I have money to send them a pizza box with rolled up paper and rebarb in them. Yeah, honestly. Like, it was one of those things that when I saw it, I just got upset. In every way, I got upset, and I think it's not good for the game's health, but it's gonna make the money, and that's the, again, that's the problem. It makes the money, so they're gonna do it. From a player perspective, I think it's a terrible move. And it just leaves me with a bitter taste in my mouth. I love the idea of doing... Oh no, I got the pizza box roof. Yeah. No, like, I hope that... Like, I wouldn't have been against doing an Infinity Gauntlet, like, WinCon, right? Like, I'm not against that in the slightest. I am fully down for Exodia, like, the Infinity Stones. There's no part of me that's not loving the idea of that. My problem is that it's spread between sets, and unless we see them reprinting, or maybe even like in Secret Lair doing reprints of them there, this is going to go badly. I also don't like the fact that it is a mythic, because being a mythic, while that makes sense, it also means that it raises the price substantially. And someone pointed this out, Wizards actually did go on record at one point saying they don't like the idea of only printing powerful cards in Mythic Rarity, because then it price locks them. Yet that is what they've been doing a lot recently, and I'm very disappointed in that. Like, this previous set they did with Edge of Eternity, I think they did a phenomenal job across the board. I think they nailed it. I am super, super happy with most of the stuff that came out of the set. I think it pushed the power level in Commander just a little bit. It added a lot of cool mechanics. I think there's a lot that we can learn from this set, and it's done great. But, like, I am now, like, so unhappy with the fact that we were getting fucking Spider-Man spoilers before that released even. That pissed me off. Like, everything about the Spider-Man set has pissed me off so far. And it's just, it progressively makes me more and more upset with the set as time's going on. And that's not good. Like, I actually just don't want to, like, get involved with the Spider-Man set, even though I would like to have, because I stand by. I would have loved to make a Spider-Man deck for my friend that's huge into Spider-Man, and that be a deck that he could play if he came around. Like, I would have loved to have done that, but, like, I genuinely, the more the set gets announced the way it is, the more upset I am with it. And the more I'm like, no, Wizards, you have done so much wrong here in so many different ways. I can't, like, work with you on this. And that's... God damn it. I don't think it's good that I'm feeling that way about it. I don't think that's good because I'm also pretty confident I'm not the only one feeling this way. So yeah, I think Spider-Man's one that I'm just gonna be like, no, I hope this set fails and teaches them what they're doing is terrible. Thank you, Sarah. I hope that there's a lot, like, I think this is probably one of the sets they should learn from the most, is how adverse both the community is to it, and how adverse content creators are for it, as well. Like, I don't know a single content creator that's happy with the fact that we're getting spoilers this early for it. Or, like, happy how it's getting handled. Alright, claw machine. I think I went far enough. No pain. I wanted to try and get her. Because you always try and get the same one as you're playing as. Change the subject quickly. Have you seen the cute old kitten secretly, secretly Aurora of the World? No, I haven't. I haven't actually seen that secretly yet. I'll have a look in a sec. Right. Oh my god, I literally got nothing. That's upsetting. Secret lair. It's cool to hear, Zara. I'm not interested. Alright, let's fix the game if I can. Nah, it's headed totally right. Okay. That page is not wanting to load. Oh, I might actually finish up soon because I am starting to get very, very hungry. Let's see. That's just the pre-con stuff. Is there... Where's the announcements? OMG Kittens. I'm not seeing it on their website stuff yet, so I think it might be announcement only. Which means I have to kind of wait for somewhere to show it. See if I go back to Google and see if I can find the new one. Secret lair. Here we go. Cool. Now I think I found the page. Oh, this is from a few years ago, is it? Copyright 2019, yeah. Might have seen this then. Oh, that's so cute shit, man. Yeah, no, I have seen that, Arabo. That's actually so good. Like, it even has Mary in there, which is actually not a bad card. But, like, the tokens look adorable in that as well. I don't know. I've had a part of my brain that's, like, really interesting to, like, I want to kind of make a cute deck. Like, just cute cards. I don't know. Zara, I already said I'm not interested. I'm not interested in door-to-door salesman. But yeah, no, like, I think that's adorable. I think that's part of why I'm like, I kind of wish I started in Bloomburrow. I think that would have been the set that would have really, like, been the best one for me to start in. I don't know, I've been looking at a lot of the cute cards, and I'm just like, none of them are standing out to me either. I think that's the other problem. I just think I'm kind of not wanting to build more decks until I'm finished with the ones I'm doing at the moment and just calm down a little bit for a little while. That's why I'm saying, like, the pre-con angle is probably what I'm doing. But I love those cards. Those cards look so cute. How about ambiguously special chocolates? Good lord.
これでも走りの粘り強さには定評があるんです。
Alright. I kind of want to get more stamina, but I do kind of want to finish off the wit, too. No, I think I do stamina here. Honestly, speed was also a good option there. Yeah, I think, if I'm thinking about, like, the decks that I want to do at the moment, I think most of the time I'm just leaning back on, like, I want to get the Tyranids one and the Doctor Who ones, the mains ones. And then I kind of want to get the Necrons one, but the problem is, the Necrons, I dread getting the Necrons deck, because I have a bad feeling I'm just going to make it too strong. It is a deck that is already inherently, without any upgrades, a very potent deck. And I think you can only make it, like, stronger, not, like, funner. Unless you start really pulling it apart. Like, there's the Tezzeret one that I saw recently, or Tezzeret one that I saw recently that was really funny. But, like, the problem was it's still a just you go infinite combo with your commander. And it's like... Like, maybe I should have one or two of those decks, but, like, that's just kind of... It doesn't help as well that, like, I've already said I kind of want to refrain from redoing the same colors again. And, like, I already have the full intention of doing a Oops or Liliana mono black deck. Where it's just all of the cards in it are, like, all of the cards are Liliana themed, and just planeswalkers. I expect that deck to be, like, actively ass. But I want to do it, because it sounds funny. The commander, the Flipwalker, I assume? Probably. Probably. Was it Liliana Heretical Healer, I think, is the front side, right? I mean, like, that would just be the most thematic way of doing it. Ugh. Because, like, you telling me Liliana wouldn't make a deck all about Liliana. The hell is the front side? Yeah. The backside's not even, like, that good either. It's just the the card itself isn't insanely good. It's decent in the right kind of deck, but it's pretty not, like... It's a card. Of all of the Liliana effects out there, it's definitely not on the highest end of the list. God damn it, Super Creek! No, don't be sleep deprived again! Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spend sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. You know what? Fuck it, we'll do a wit train. I don't know, it's kind of a question of what should... I'm already gonna have duplicate colors as well. Because there's one deck that I do still want to make that's Teamer, and, like, I already have a Teamer deck. Don't be Malith and me, be sleep deprived, yeah. Don't be sleep deprived, kids, it's not good for you. I don't know. Maybe I should just still get it. Well, I mean, also Tyranids a Teamer, if I remember correctly. Which is, like, the most on-point fucking they could be. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. I am a teacher after all, and that's what we do. Alright, well, since Zara, you don't seem to be willing to listen, or anything, bye. I'm willing to put up with, that shit only so much, but you clearly not even got the stream, like, with audio on or something. Bye. Have fun. But sleep deprivation. Sleep deprivation is bad. Don't do that. Dude, I'm so tired of fucking people coming in. It's like, I want to advertise my thing. It's like, cool, bye. Are we at the stage where I'm like now just gonna start going, like, if I see it being advertised, I'm just gonna start timing them out? I think we're kind of at that point, right? I think we're all kind of fed up with it. To be fair, if Devil was around, I could just give him mod at this point and tell him to just get rid of them. What do you mean bad? It's what I've been doing my whole... I mean, what? Yeah, exactly. Say what? No, I would never do something bad. Never. What do you mean? Alright. If Devil becomes a mod, I feel like he'd be pressured to skip sleep until you end stream. That's a good point. I mean, the only reason I'd do it is to torture him anyway. So, you know. It's the same reason he's got VIP over there. It was me actually getting revenge on him. That was all it was. I threatened him, he did something, I gave him VIP. That was his punishment. He gets sleep deprived, yeah, exactly. No, I'm sure it'd be fun if it did or not. I don't know. I'm still very tentative on wanting to give mod to people purely because I feel... Okay, here's one of the biggest like tells of how I think. I don't want to give mod to people that I'm not paying. Or aren't like such long-term IRL friends that they get it for free. Like Max. Max gets it for free because fuck it, why not? It's funny. But like, I would prefer to pay people if I could. I just can't. Get paid in exposure, kiddo. Oh god. I actually hate that, by the way. Anytime I've heard someone go like, get paid in exposure, I'm like, I'm going to scream. You're actually just dog shit. Well, Creek's doing not too bad so far. She's probably gotten more than enough stamina to just get us through this. She's doing pretty well for herself. Now she needs to do better. Come on. Yeah, there it is. Speed up. Ooh, she got that. Someone paying someone with exposure pulls out a car battery by telling me their names. Exactly. Like, I can't understand that, hey? Like, if I ask someone to do a damn job, they're getting paid for the damn job. But in saying that as well, like, for example, a collab, I could never expect anyone to pay me or be expected to be paid. Which I hear apparently happens from time to time. I'd really like to be paid and people seeing me and forgetting me the day after instead of a currency giving me life. Yeah, pretty much. Right? Like, yes, I would love to be paid and people seeing a thing I did and then forgetting about me instead of, like, I don't know, eating food. It's an incredibly new concept. I know! It's upsetting. It is upsetting. And then you get people like that $5 a month shit all over again. Oh yeah, so I saw some of y'all rewatched a couple of my shorts, including the out of context one that is really bad. That's really fucking bad. So fucking selfish, I know, right? With fucking the one from the Pokemon thing where we were making jokes at streamers. I hate that clip so much, but it was so funny that I was like, I have to make this a short. It's so out of pocket, and it's like super fucking degenerate. The only one? Yeah, that one. We can pull it up in a second. I'll deal with this cutscene, and then we can pull it up and watch it, and then we'll finish up the stream. Because it's just... It's so foul, but it's so funny because you know it's a shitpost. That's why I say, like, it's such a mixed bag one for me. Because, like, I hate it and I love it at the same time. To be fair, it also did lead to me rewatching a couple of my old shorts and, like, giggling a bit. I like some of my old shorts. They're fun. Also have something to tell you. Oh. Oh, and what is that? Oh my god, there's so many fucking back-to-back cutscenes. Can I get out of here? Man. There was not a Mew under the truck in that game. We're just trolling. I knew it! There we go. I was right the whole time! I knew you were all pulling my leg. You can't catch me off guard that easily. No, you could never try. Pokemon ZA, on the other hand, don't you fucking dare. If I swear to God, there's gonna be violence. There's gonna be violence. You know your favorite Pokemon? I'm gonna actively find them and just hunt them to extinction, find a shiny, and kill it anyway. I hope you accidentally kill the next shiny that you come across. Have you seen the Dragonite Mega, by the way? Oh, I think it's fucking cool. Yeah, I saw that. It looks wicked. Do I think it's, like, less dragony? Yeah, it is, but it's more like the Dragonair and shit, and I like that. It's cool. Also, like, tell me what Mega Evolution doesn't look goofy. Oh, there's a few that look fucking epic as hell, but, like, most of them look goofy as shit. So yeah, I'm down for it. I know there's, like, super polarizing opinions of it, though. Where, like, some people fucking despise it, and then some people absolutely love it. And I'm like, I mean, I have nothing wrong with it. I enjoy it enough. I'm used to that with Pokemon. Dude, I come from the era where the idea of Pichu existing is a mistake. Like, do you think I'm gonna look at a new Pokemon game and be like, oh, how dare they? Dude, what do you mean there's more than 3 evolutions for Eevee? Nah, you're lying to me. That's objectively incorrect. Also, regardless, Flareon is still the best evolution. Convince me otherwise. Of all of them, he's the one that you can curl up with in bed, and he's actually just going to be a nice heater. Warm you up. It's cold at night, you go lie on your feet. Curl up. Hell yeah. You're telling me that that fur doesn't look like the softest fucking shit you've ever seen? So that's just fluff. That's just fluff. Warm fluff. We needed another evolution. Yeah, I think we're at a point where we could definitely do with another evolution. The problem is, like, what's left, really? It's, like, Ghost type, Ground type, I guess Fighting type as well, Dragon, Steel? Glaceon's best is someone who likes hates heat. I'd rather be freezing. Oh, I hate heat, but I would still, like, 100% curl up to a Flareon, regardless of if I'm burning or not. Oh, I'm actually melting in my skin? I don't care. This is cute as shit. Like, give me a Glaceon in the room and a Flareon to curl up with, and I'm fucking set. Alright, let me pull up that short, because I want to look at it again, because it's funny. And I think it's a funny way to end today. Ugh. Ghost, Ground, Fighting, Dragon, Steel, Bug, Rock, and I think one other EV and an evolution covers the half the type. Yeah, I don't think you'd ever get a good bug one, though. I think that's the problem. Like, Ghost Eevee, I don't think you can happily do something with. Ground you could probably do. Dragon you could probably do. Steel maybe. Yeah, here it is. I'm pretty sure this is the short. Ghost evolution evolves into a tombstone. Damn. Yo, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that like, comment, subscribe, share the link, make sure to hit that bell icon to know when I go live. If you've got spare cash, it can be used on me. The donation button is right underneath the... You tier 1 sub, that's not good enough. You tier 2 sub, that's still not good enough. You tier 3 sub, you're finally doing something with your life. And now it's raining. My god. I need to fucking... Oh my god. That clip out of context is gonna be so good. Yo, if you're... I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I did consider unsubscribing when I saw that one. That's fair. Again, like I said, this one I love because it's a bit, but my god, does it make me cringe. It's actually so foul. Also, in case you want to see the fucking truck one. Legit, no cap. I struggle to believe that. Didn't look hard enough under that truck, my bad. Y'all are gonna fight me on this all the way through, and I will not believe you. My trust has been broken too much by that. There is no Mew under the fucking truck. Little Timmy lied. Just need to come and accept that. It's 100% true. There's a Mew under the truck. I got a Mew that way. No. I was told that by my Latina girlfriend. What now? Checkmate, atheist. Damn, you got me there. So fucking tired. Latinas would never lie. This is gonna be a fun stream, ain't it? We're gonna lose our fucking mind. It's gonna be so good. Cause yeah, this was the shiny hunting. I was losing my actual mind with it. The Mummy Nimona one. Oh yeah, the Mummy Nimona one's great. I love this one. This one's good. That Gojo going through the entire playthrough. I know. Okay, because of perspective here, I just want to point out, anyone else seeing Nimona as an Amazonian right now, like twice the height of everyone else, and everyone looking up to her like children? I love that perspective. That perspective's hysterical. Mommy? Mommy? I mean... Mommy? I mean... Nimona? I mean... Mommy? I mean... It's fucking massive. Goddamn. Oh, goddamn. Clap. Hell yeah. It's really hard to look at the screen and not like be brought attention. Oh god, no, I genuinely, I stand by. If I ever get to that point of mentality where you actually think I'm thinking that seriously, please just take me out back. I would never. That shit's foul. But also, thank you very much for the super chat. Holy shit. I very much appreciate it. It's just such a, like, again, that one, like, clip of like the $5 a month person just will forever be something that like is in the back of my head and it's like, see that? Never do that. We don't do that here. None of that. We never. No, just never. The magic sandwich. I actually watched that one like while I was in bed as well. Because I was like kind of bored, and I was just like, well, I can't remember that one fully. Watched it, I'm like, that's right. I need to go back to doing YouTube shorts. I really should. They're genuinely far funnier to like when they're successful than I could ever imagine. It's good times. It's very, very good times. Sandwich Run was fun. It was. It genuinely, like, it's just so dumb. The game actually just breaking in the most miserably stupid way. I loved it. They're the Final Fantasy Orphan. Oh my god, I'd have to go back and find it, but maybe. The beginning of a tragic storyline. I mean, it's the same argument as I kind of want to do some for Bloodborne as well. But like, I don't. Maybe I'll set aside some time to give it a go. And verbally abusing us. I'll literally just start a short going, my chat asked for this, don't ask why, and then just that. It's just a little, I guess you're my little park frog. That fucking bit as well. Add that to it. Just gotta add the scoff to it. Guess you're my little pog frog. It was the first stream, wasn't it? Yeah, but it would be like finding the moment and getting all the clip cut together. That'd be the thing. The cringe is immeasurable and our days will be ruined. It's the best way to do it. Oh, God. It's so stupid. I love it. Alright, I need to finish up here, though, because it is nearly... It's coming up on... Yeah, it's over 5.5 hours, and I'm hungry. I'm sorry. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye. Only 5.5 hours. I know, right? How dare I?